Try that again. Hey, good evening. Good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. How y'all doing tonight? I am Tom, I am the Astro Canuck. And tonight we have very questionable weather. It was going to be, looking it might have been clear for a bit, and then it's clouding over. And so we're kind of sticking with the rainy day astronomy tonight. But we'll, just kind of see how things go tonight. It is, again, an easygoing Saturday night. Thank you guys for joining in. And we'll be looking at the Rosette Nebula tonight. That is a large nebulous object in the constellation of Orion. And, sorry, not in Orion, Monoceros. And yeah, we'll be looking at that. As we've imaged the Rosette Nebula before, just in the single 10-minute shots, but there was a time last season when there was actually some clear skies, and I got an hour's worth of images with the Rosette Nebula with this camera that we're using right now, the Canon Rebel T5i, and it's okay. But I think what we're going to try to do is kind of fake a little bit of an RGB monochrome before really doing some nitty-gritty processing on it there. We're going to kind of fake because using denoise AI, which does a really good job of getting rid of the noise, and there's a lot of noise in this image. It cleans up the noise, but it kind of helps preserve a lot of the details, so things look a lot smoother than they normally would out of a DSLR. So we're going to try to fake a little bit of a monochrome shot with it to clean it up with denoise AI, because it won't do any grayscale, and I think that might be it might end up being a bit of a fair difference in the image. We'll check that out, but we'll in the meantime kind of just kind of catch up with things. I know it's a easy going afternoon for those who are in the eastern seaboard of North America, or if you're kind of maybe just getting up on the west coast, good morning to you. If you are kind of going to bed, or if you already are in bed and you're just kind of listening to the soothing sounds of astronomy and me, then have a very good sleep. Don't think of vampires at all. Yeah, it's I'm looking at my haircut and I don't like it at all. My clippers died, so I really didn't do much to the top. I just kind of got rid of the sides, trimmed the beard a little bit, and yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. But we'll suffer through it for this one. Samshun, how you doing tonight? Good to see you. Very, very rainy West Coast today. Oh no. Now we are. Yeah, we're getting clouds, unless everything has changed in like the last 20 minutes. It's the weather. The whole time. It's just, why can't we get any kind of a break? Vancouver Rain Festival for January 1st to December 31st. Oh dear. Well, tonight, let's see, let me, really should run those ads. Come on back, Internet. Come on back. There you go. Right. Stinking Internet. See what our weather is actually doing. Maybe it is favorable, because I wouldn't mind kind of pausing things and getting set up. But last I checked, it wasn't looking any good. Weather warnings in force. Alright. Now it looks like clouds are rolling in about half an hour or so. Weather. Against us all the time. Although that is half the fun, is when you actually do get a clear night. You want to take a full advantage of it as possible, right? You can sacrifice sleep for another day. And yeah, no, we had like a moderate clearing right now, and that's like the only bit. It's like this tiny little bit of clear skies over top of me, and then everything else kind of clouds over in the next half an hour. And that's what what my forecast is saying from the Met Office, at least for their cloud coverage. So, like I said before, we deal with what we got, and at least I think it's only been like maybe 1 or 2 nights on a Saturday when we've been able to substitute the rainy day astronomy for actual live astrophotography. It's kind of a weird record for not having, for so few Saturday nights available. And now that work is starting back up again on Monday, it's probably going to be clear the whole week. Everything's going to clear right up, and I'm not going to get any sleep for the next 5 days, which I guess isn't too bad. But at least we can get some images. However, just looking at the weather forecast now, there's maybe a chance on Friday that the weather might be a little more favorable. Imagine living in Arizona or East Cali and enjoying this hobby whenever you want. It'd be kind of nice. Even like in the, towards the western area of the United States, there's generally like very little light pollution. You don't have to travel far out of any city, out of any major city to kind of get away from that pollution. Whereas pretty much the entire eastern seaboard and in towards the central United States, it's just much larger populations. It's tougher to get those shots. But again, like I said before, when we have clear skies here, it's all right. The seeing is pretty good in my area. Just to avoid the Pacific Northwest, we had clouds for 880% of 2020. You had clouds on top of clouds, nesting inside more clouds. I heard you like clouds. I was thinking more with the clear skies. Yes. And yeah, it's nice and dry out there, so it kind of mimics a little bit of the arid temperatures there. Tracker Kev, tea. So this is my disguise mug. There is coffee in there. Plenty of coffee. Let's mic check. Mic check. Hey, Harbstrom. Brother, how you doing? Good to see you in here. How are you tonight? Let's make sure that we don't do another New Year's countdown for no reason. Because I think if we do another New Year's countdown for 2021, it won't automatically skip to 2022. So we'll deal with another 365 days of whatever has to come, whatever's going to come our way. We'll make sure we tackle it as best as possible, because we've had some practice with 2020. Well, yeah, good to see you guys in here tonight. Mike does sound off. You know what? That's right. It's one thing. It's one thing for me to, yeah, sure, there's a mic check. Now also physically check if it's, no, it's not. How's that? Is that better? Is that better? Does that sound less like I'm in a tunnel? God, I have a mic check and I don't even use it. I don't even know what to do now. At what point? I mean, if I had like a mic on a boom arm, at least then it would just be like right in my face, so I wouldn't have to worry about it too much. But this little thing, I have to, clip it on and make sure I don't walk away and pull everything off the desk. Just dandy, trying the Twitch channel on Windows. How's it working? Does it look good? Everything look good? Yeah? Yeah, the mic does sound like, yeah, we're all good now. Everything's better, much better. And you know, the thing is, like, I saw the mic check. I'm thinking, yeah, I got it on. Boy. I was so diligent the last few streams making sure I had the mic ready to go and we weren't faffing about with things and everything was sounding terrible. No. Totally ignored it. I don't know what else to do for that. But yeah, we'll be doing some image processing tonight. Like I said, I'm going to try something different that I haven't done on our image processing before. We'll see how much more of a difference that might make. And I'm going to try not to make it a long, drawn-out process to, again, try to conserve a little bit of time, but also just not mucking about so much with all the settings there. So that is, let me see if I have a, enter. Get the GPS location fail. I don't care about the GPS. I'm not doing anything right now. No, All right, this is more stuff with the ASI Air being a pain. Which again is leading me towards wanting to get, not wanting to, but feeling I need to get the Pro, upgrade to the Pro version there. I mean, the price has dropped by like 20 pounds. I know, 20 pounds, whoop-de-doo. But it's not often that you see a lot of equipment kind of dropping in price. Especially, I guess maybe they're kind of gearing up towards maybe a new model in a year or two. We'll see how that goes. But guaranteed they won't bring out a new ASI Air until I buy this one, until I buy the Pro. So they won't come out with version 3 until I actually purchase one. So if you're waiting for a ASI Air Pro version 3 to come out, you have to wait until I buy one. Until I buy the current Pro version. And then they can get on it. It feels like that sometimes. Not that I'm thinking I'm the center of my own universe, but it just damn the luck sometimes of just how everything works out there. But let's see how currently right now the outside looks, it doesn't look too bad. However, that is going to change. And I'm banking on what the Met office is telling me, that we're going to have clouds rolling in the next 20 minutes. And it kind of like just cleared up now as I was getting ready, just before I hit start stream, it was looking clear. I'm thinking, oh, okay, let's see, let's have a look, and maybe, I don't know, maybe it's just not going to do that. But right now it looks like it's fairly clear right now. However, half an hour it's going to cloud up, and if it doesn't cloud out over the next half an hour, I will definitely do another check on the weather and see if it's going to change in our favor, because that'd be great. If not, then we kind of keep on with what we're doing now. But how has everyone's New Year's been? How was their Friday? What is the kind of a typical January 1st thing that you do? I never really had like a set schedule for January 1st. It's always, well, younger days it was kind of recovering from a hangover, and then trying to figure out, maybe do I pick a movie to watch every January 1st. I thought it was going to be Scarface. That lasted a year. And yeah, it's just really kind of one of those days where chill out and relax as much as possible and just kind of prepare for the new year to come. No real resolutions per se, but it's just more of just focusing on what's more important for the coming year, which is just going to be just taking care of those around you and kind of taking care of yourself and just making sure that, you know, you're as cool, calm, and collected as can be. I think we're kind of approaching a bit of a transition period now. We're all hoping that 2021 is going to be absolutely nothing like 2020, and you know, we can hope all we want, but there's a lot of things that we're going to have to fundamentally change about stuff, and it's going to be tough. So can just hope that everybody is going to make the right choices for moving forward on life and society and everything else that's important for science, and have a little more patience in 2021. But in terms of the channel, in terms of this thing that we've kind of created over the past few months, it's largely, there's not going to be anything revolutionary, as it were. We're definitely finding our feet. Like, it is really, here's what's the 1 year going to be. The 1 year plan is going to be like at least every stream, try to get something new, try to improve a little bit more on what we're doing with production, and in terms of, if we can, bring more interesting images of the night sky to you guys. And actually, I'm noticing right now that I do not need to have that up there right now, because I will pick a new goal for right now. We were pretty darn close for the goal for ending 2020. That's really cool. I also have to find a counter that doesn't like count total subs, because that's a little incorrect. But anyway, I do thank you guys who have subscribed to the channel, and I appreciate that very much. And it's good to see those badges starting to change different color there for those who are subscribed to the channel. And they are based on the temperatures of stars, kind of coming down to, like, you know, 3,000 degrees Kelvin up to, you know, like 30,000 plus degrees of like the, you know, like blue hypergiants. And trying to incorporate some other little nerdy bits on the channel as well. And we did unlock a new emote. We did have a new emote unlocked, and that is this little guy right here. Where are we at? That's our new emote. I was going to do the fist, however, it just didn't look right. It was just something, it just didn't sit well with how I thought it was going to turn out there. And doing something that was going to be, you know, like a two pane emote, that wasn't going to work out, because then I would still have to wait for the next slot to be unlocked, and we just essentially just kind of have this fist sitting there. So I kind of based it off of our little sprite, our little me that's running away from the supermassive black hole whenever there is a subscriber event. And I think it's kind of cute. Changed the mouth up a little bit, so there's a little more shocked look to it there. So I think it also it works a little better in there. I think there doesn't need to be too much detail in it, but it fits the bill. It is the little mini me of a sprite, so I think that's kind of cute. And also, I did update the nice beard, kind of lightened it up a little bit there, so you can actually see the beard on a dark background there, because it wasn't showing up too well. Adjusted the typeface a tiny little bit, made the beard a little beefier as well, so it kind of fit throughout that whole square aspect ratio of everything there. So little things that were kind of slightly quietly improved over the course of the last few days there. And, you know, like I said, we'll also work on improving the overall look of the stream, and essentially, for no pun intended, streamlining things as well. And it will be also moving to a resolution that doesn't require so much encoding, and hopefully that will take some strain off of the system as well, because it does seem to struggle. Like, I do have quite a few things open, and it does take a bit of time for everything to settle down. And right now we're back down to 40% CPU usage, and sometimes, yeah, it cranks right up to like almost 99% once things are really moving along there. So hopefully we can get things sorted out and, you know, just have less hiccups. I think for the most part, other than earlier in the stream tonight when the internet cut out, it's been few and far between recently, and that's pretty good. I'm happy with that because I don't like when it cuts out. And I was thinking, like, do I start running pre-roll ads at the beginning, right when I kind of start? So that's like a minute and a half of commercials that roll, and then we have 30 minutes of commercial-free issues. And I figured that first minute and a half, it's not a lot of people are going to be jumping in there, and I generally do have a 5-minute start time for once we go live, unless there's technical difficulties, and I will let you know in the chat for sure if things are going haywire, which has only happened a couple of times. So I pretty much try to make sure that I do start whenever I'm actually ready to go, and very few times it's been a massive cock up with technology where I've had to really delay things. And I don't like to delay things because, you know, I don't want you guys to have to be sitting around staring at that little screen kind of rolling by. So I try to keep it to 5 minutes for that gathering up period. But it has been it's been a relaxing couple of days. And, you know, I do thank you guys again for coming in on New Year's Eve with me and ringing in the new year here in the UK. And hopefully those who I may have missed while I was sleeping, if you had a wonderful New Year's Eve as well as we can celebrate a New Year's Eve. But yeah, hopefully everything went well. And no hangovers. You know, hopefully the living room didn't charge too much for cover, and you could afford the drinks, and bottle service was working very well for you. But what we will be doing tonight is, again, let me get the files set up there for the uh-oh. All right, I've also noticed in the past few days, Twitch has had some issues. So, and I know it's blocked out some people for chatting as well. And, you know, if that kind of crops up again, I don't hold it against you guys for bailing out. And I will kind of keep this going for the sake of the VOD. But we'll slowly move on over to what our image is going to be. But let me get things sorted out first, because I think I know where the file is. I think I got it ready to go. And that is NGC 2244 of the Rosette Nebula. And that will be an hour's worth of exposure time. I think there might even be a satellite that rolled through here if I don't think it did. I think the Kappa Sigma clipping got it out. Open that up in Photoshop and have a quick look at that there and see if everything looks all right. Yeah, I am starting to believe that there might be a bit of an issue with Twitch at the moment, because I'm seeing Let's see, does any of did my messages go through there? Twitch died just as soon as you mentioned it on stream. Thanks, Samsung. I got the message on there. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm even noticing that my chat, my emotes didn't even get through there. So yeah, if you are listening, thank you. If you are just on chat there, I'm just going to just respond quickly there. But yeah, there's been some issues, and it's frustrating that this is happening with Twitch. It's been doing that for the past few days there, and like I said, I'm going to keep going with the stream, and I know things do come back. It takes a little bit of time for them to, whatever is going on, that they'll get things sorted out. Hopefully, I'm not doing ignoring what anybody's saying, because I'm not seeing any messages popping through. The last one I saw was from my brother saying that he was just dandy watching Twitch on Windows. And yeah, I think if maybe if I open up the Discord, if there's any kind of questions or comments that you guys have that aren't showing up in the chat, we'll see on that there. And yeah, it looks like some other people are having issues. Stuff's down. It's frustrating. It is, because it's just the lack of that connection that we're having at the moment. And it's tough, because for some people, this is their livelihood. They're doing everything they can to make it work on Twitch. Whereas right now, what I'm doing is, this is like the side project of real life work for me, and it's ultimately something I do kind of want to get into, which not so much is going to be a full-time gig. I don't know. I still think this is ultimately going to be a side kind of project along with everything else that we're doing, and maybe it does turn out to go really well. I do have aspirations to reach the partner level on Twitch, and it's going to be a lot of hard work that goes into this. And I know that even now, sometimes it can feel like a bit of a full-time gig that's going on here. And I don't know how much more work is going to be going into things leading up to trying to get to partner and just bringing you guys more content. So that's also why I don't always want to rely heavily on the live astrophotography sessions, but they are those are the sessions that really bring in a lot more interest, because it's live, it's more dynamic. There's all these interesting images coming through, and there's just that little bit more of a wonder kind of showing up with the images, rather than kind of working on a single image that we saw before. So yeah, anything that might be going on, like I said, any questions in the general chat on Discord. We'll kind of maybe use that as a bit of a proxy area. Hold up by using everyone. Alpha, how you doing, dude? Twitch is broken. Yep. There you go. Alpha, Samsung. You've both beat me to that the category there. But yeah, we'll just arrived to this mess to say hey. Hey, dude. Good to see you in here. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, with everything with Twitch, they've had some issues. Not only Twitch, even our game is broken. Which game are you playing there? Tim, good to see you in here. How you doing, dude? I was wondering what was going on. Yeah, if you guys were sending messages in Twitch, I wasn't ignoring them because I wasn't seeing them. Basically, the last thing that I saw come through on my chat was Y2K bug is 21 years late. Baby. But I noticed this was happening earlier in the year, and yeah, a bit of an annoying thing to happen there. But I think actually I do have maybe the new emotes are available on Discord. Yeah, it works on Discord. Bob Ross still on. You can see which games we were playing. There you go. Escape from Tarkov. I've never played that one. What's that one about? I want to show you how it looks on my end. Nah, I'll check out voice chat in a little bit there. Because I don't know how things are gonna muck around on here. It's a game of frustrations. All right. Is that on Steam, I guess, or is it with something else there? Yeah, because I can see it there. I can't even see who's in chat right now. I can see that there are 13 of you watching, and I appreciate that very much. But yeah, I said I'm going to, let's see if I can move the Discord window elsewhere so I can keep an eye on that. And now you can't see the stream. Yeah, let me see what... I'm guessing everybody's having issues right now. Whatever. We keep it dynamic. We'll... let's move this window over here. Yeah, I got the... we have Discord. We're good there. We'll keep it going. It's just that we just don't see the chat down the bottom there, scrolling along. But it'll probably pop back at some point. Yeah, I can't even see... Can't even see a darn thing. Anyway. But it has happened before, and it will eventually come back. Until then, the area that we're going to be looking at is the Rosette Nebula, and like I said before, I've processed this target in the past, and it didn't turn out how I thought it was going to. You see a lot of people when they do the Rosette Nebula, it's either in like the Hubble palette where you get those rusts and the blues, or kind of like the way how the regular hydrogen alpha being in the red, you have like some nice red tones and highlights in that whole nebula. And for some reason, the one when I did the image processing on it there, whatever area that I kind of selected to pick as my gray point gave me this interesting kind of, I don't even know if it's so much rust as it's you know, that it came out with this color, these weird greens and reds and coppers in there. And I kind of ran with it because, you know, why not? It's interesting how it looks there. So also on that, I did use the denoise AI. I got a trial of it at that point there, and just kind of use it on like the final image, and you know, it turned out really, really well. The details were well preserved, and this was just an hour, and it's just a bit of a testament to how bright this target actually is. And let's see if I can find like the comparison shots I had. So I don't know how well that shows up on your screens, but just comparing it against the noisy version of that kind of that final image that I came up with, and then running it through denoise AI, and it just cleaned it up that much more. You know, so I have like, I was impressed with how well this program handled all the details and cleaned up a lot of that noise. Because I was using the DSLR. It's not cool. It was probably heating up to about maybe 20 degrees. I'd have to check what the raw data is on there. But it worked out really, really well. Kept a lot of the details in there. And there was a little more processing just to kind of make sure that the stars weren't having those black halos around them there. But yeah, we will see if we can kind of come up with something a little more interesting there. Lanny, Leanne, is that 2 L's, 1 L? Welcome in. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that very much. How are you doing tonight? Welcome to the observatory. Glad to have you in with us. We are aware that Twitch right now isn't responding to messages in the chat, and right now we're kind of having a bit of a makeshift chat in our general area of the Discord, which if you do want to join our Discord, you're free to do that. And I can't even post a link to the Discord at the moment. It would be in our about section down the bottom there. So yeah, if you do want to join in on the chat, you jump in on our Discord channel, and I will monitor chat from there while we're working on some processing. So what we have over here of the Rosette Nebula, and then down below of the Rosette Nebula taken with the ZWO ASI 533 with a tri-band filter. I think I had a tri-band filter with this image of the Rosette Nebula. Yes, I did. I did have the tri-band filter there. So after doing a bit of processing in PixInsight, same image, but I was getting those red tones in there, you know, so everything kind of looked a little better. Anyways, I'm a lurk in hell. All right, stay warm, stay cool. Alpha, we'll see you in a bit, dude. And hopefully chat jumps back online eventually, and we don't have to worry about this makeshift chat. However, it's not working out too bad. Oops. Double oops. Right, so the image of the Rosette Nebula in PixInsight handled the color calibration a lot better than I did. So what we'll do is, and that was kind of like, I just liked how it looked. So we'll probably be able to get that correct color on our process of this image there. But also, yeah, thanks for Lainey following the channel, for welcome you into the observatory. We have Casper1 has also joined in. Within a Foot, Gert Locker, Kazuari, Tonks 2000, Astro Murat. Welcome all of you into the channel. Thank you very, very much for the follows. Hopefully we will see you guys on chat sometime soon. And I know now isn't going to be the time whether or not you're in, because I cannot see who's in on chat. I cannot see any messages coming through. However, we are on the Discord, which is down in our About section there. So if you do want to join in on the chat, feel free to jump on into the Discord. Stop on by, say hello. If you do join in, I will see. That sounded a little creepy, but I will. So let me switch some windows around here. So we keep an eye on some things. And yeah, we'll kind of jump into the processing right now. So this is our stacked image of the Rosette Nebula, and it was at 250 millimeters using the Skywatcher 72 ED Evo Star. That is a 72 millimeter refractor. The aperture is 72 millimeters, and using I believe I was using the 0.6 reducer. I have to check on that there. I think I was. No, I would have been using I'm going to stop speculating. I'm going to go into the I think I was actually using it at the native focal length at 420 millimeters. Yeah, this was at the native focal length of the 72 ED, so that nebulosity is going to fit in, like, fits nicely right in the whole area there. And because it's the refractor, everything is nice and pinpoint sharp. We'll probably be able to, I may give it a go through StarNet while we're doing this, because, you know, why not? What else can go wrong on Twitch? And I gotta turn my heater back on a bit, because holy potatoes, is it freezing in here. So if there is some extra noise, I do apologize on that there. We will... I know I said there was going to be a lot of things I was going to do over the Christmas holidays, and a lot of the time was just not worrying about work. And when I did do some stuff for the channel, you know, it was little bits here and there, but it was just, I don't know, it was one of those things. It was not that I couldn't be asked, not that I didn't want to do anything like that, but it was also just a way of kind of stepping away from the screen for a little bit. I didn't spend a whole lot of time with this whole system here. You know, it was more just relaxing, just keeping far away from a monitor, so, you know, things didn't go exactly according to plan as I thought they were. So I think it's also, for the productivity wise, I feel like when I'm doing like 9 to 5, and then I can kind of almost slide into doing a little more work because I already have everything kind of set up, ready to go. I'm not comfortable. I mean, okay, I'm comfortable, but I'm not, like lounging on the couch or anything like that, or paying attention to any TV programs. So yeah, as much as I wanted to be a lot more productive over the holidays, it didn't quite work out that way. However, we at least did get a chance to get a couple of new emotes, or one new emote, and modify one of the more recent emotes. So that worked out all right. So what the plan of this image is to utilize denoise AI, because this is not a very pretty image per se. And really just going to do a bit of an extreme stretch to see what we can uncover on here. So we can start to see like that central region of the nebula. And really the stars are getting a little blown out because I am exaggerating everything there. But I do know that like kind of like right in here there was a satellite running through in this area somewhere. And it looks like it was taken care of fairly well with that Kappa Sigma clipping. So what we'll do is, there's a tiny little bit of data that we can kind of move in on here. And again, for those on a mobile phone in the dark, I have blinded you. I apologize. We'll bring these highlights in, because until those start showing up, that's the center of like the brightest stars that we kind of see showing up on there when you're holding the Alt key or Option key for a Mac. So once those start showing up, you're clipping that data, and you're getting rid of it. You're not going to be able to have any more steps. It's going to be pure white, and it's just there's not going to be any gradient in that point there from those edges, and you're not going to be able to get that back. So you always want to, hey, Mr. Richard, I see you in the chat there. How are you doing? I know there have been some issues with Twitch tonight, and not everybody is getting through on the chat. So we've kind of moved over to Discord in the meantime, but if things are starting to slowly come back, then that's not too bad. Pico Nico, oh, I refreshed the page and it's all good now. Excellent. Tracker Kev, Twitch crashed 4 times now, did not reconnect to the chat. Now you're back in there. Looks like we're rolling again. Good to see you guys in here. Tried to get through earlier. Yeah, I mean, I noticed that yesterday there was some problems before. Excellent. All right. Good. We're back on track. Twitch is working now. Mooncat45. Mooncat, how you doing tonight? Astrobeard, good to see you in here. 8051. Yeah, nobody's messages were coming through. It's like now everything's kind of getting back online. I'm seeing you guys in here. I'm seeing some more activity. So yeah, if you were sending messages, definitely wasn't ignoring you guys at all. That was nonsense. Just spent the last 20 minutes trying to get back into Twitch as it crashed. Yeah, it looked like everybody was having some problems, but hopefully everything is going to be back on track now. And for those who are subscribers to the channel, this is our newest emote that was unlocked from after receiving a few gifted subs from Putsy on New Year's Eve. So it was great to reach that next milestone with Twitch. Do you see my beautiful skies? Tons of imaging can be done there. I saw. Unless you're into clouds, then yeah, definitely. Rhino, how you doing? Good evening. Happy belated New Year to you as well. Good to see you in here. Laney, hello all. Good to see you. You got Samsung, like that emote. So it does mirror it is the same sprite that kind of runs across the screen whenever there is the sub-train going on there. I modified him just a little bit so he has more of a shocked face on. But yeah, good to see you guys in here. Good to see that the chat is working again. Phoenix, hello. Phoenix, how you doing? Good to see you in here. Astroadic, Tim, good to see you, buddy. How are you? That's the reason why I stream in YouTube. No problems ever. That's true. That's true. I did see that one of the streamers that I followed in Australia, Ghost in the Machine, has now switched to the Blue channel and going as Ghost in the Arcade. It's a bit of a jump for him, but I do wish him all the best of luck in that venture. So that is an interesting venture for him to switch from Team Purple to Team Blue. So my answer to what did I do January 1st? The same thing we do every night, Pinky. Try to take over the world. Chat's back. Mojo Jojo. Good to see you in here. How long, Mojo Jojo, how long did you stream today? Your test stream. That was only supposed to be a test stream. How long did that go for? Test stream was 4 hours. I told you. I did the same thing. Went on for a test stream. 4 hours later, here we are. Although tonight wasn't a test stream, we knew that things were going to be going down tonight. But for those who are unfamiliar with Mojo Jojo, a great friend of the channel. He will be doing his more of his own streaming there. But give him a follow. He'll be doing all sorts of things. There was a test stream. It was really fun, just kind of hanging out, troubleshooting, talking about what the future holds for Mojo Jojo, what we all want to be doing there. Your nieces want to say Happy Halloween. I think it's the Ghost cover. There? Happy Halloween, girls. Happy New Year, Halloween. Hey, Mojo, no worries. You're a big supporter of this, and I want to support you as well. I'll give you. I think you're gonna hit affiliate pretty darn quick. I think you're gonna nail that one, dude. There we go, rocking the new and the updated emotes. Thank you very much. So yeah, thank you guys for coming in. Those who are new to the channel, I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and when the skies don't look like this, all full of clouds, that cover over there houses an 8-inch telescope with an astronomy dedicated camera. We take live images of the night sky. We ooh and ah and talk about what we're looking at, try to get a rough idea of just how vast the universe is. It's like bigger than this, you know. So we'll, but until then, when we do have our rainy day astronomy sessions like tonight, we will do some image processing, and I will be looking at the Rosette Nebula which is that down there in this area of the night sky. Old Balls, Pops, how you doing? Good to see you. How you doing tonight? So this is the Rosette Nebula in the area of the sky. It's near Orion in the constellation of Monoceros. And it is a very large nebula. It turns out very well in images there. Doing good? Excellent. What's for dinner tonight? Old Balls? Yes, that is really Papa Canuck. So yeah, the Rosette Nebula is a wonderful target to do. This was the focal length and orientation that I did have before that we'll be working on. With the new camera, we have a square sensor, and the latest scope that we're using, it is a 0.6 reducer, so you can get the whole... Sorry, that's the... There we go. It's red on red, so that little red box is what we see with the big scope. We're zoomed right in there. What a name, yes. Hey, Samsung, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the gifted sub. There you go, old man. Old Balls. An assistant to the observatory. Thank you very much, Samsung. Appreciate that. Unacceptable for Pops not being able to use the emotes. Pops, do you know how to use the emotes? Is M46 a target available? Let's see. I think M46... When will we be able to get that there? The music playing in the background, this is a collection from bensound.com. Someone else was saying that it sounded like StarCraft or something like that. I think they were saying. It very well might be. It's one of those songs you can get as long as you're throwing out some credit there. It's it's copyright free. I could pay for a license, but they also say in lieu of that you can just throw the reference up there, and that is in our credits page on the channel here. So nobody has said anything about that lately. So. It does sound like Blizzard music. It might be. They might. Other people have probably used this before. I just figured it was kind of a little intense-ish and a little easygoing. Yeah, M46 might be available later on in the season there. I have to see. It does sit very low on the horizon at the moment. It does look like there is some interesting bits in that section there. Yeah, it does have there's a star cluster and a planetary nebula. It does look really cool. See if we can kind of zoom in on that there. Yeah, that would be a really interesting target to look at there. Is the Evo Star the only refractor you use? Yes, at the moment it is. The two telescopes that I'm running is the 72 ED and the Altair Astro RC8, or also the TPO RC8. Same build, just the different brand on top of that there. And I did have a Celestron 127 SCT, and that has since now been sold off, and other people are enjoying that scope at the moment. The Calabash Nebula, aka the Rotten Egg, and the Planetary Nebula NGC 2438. Yeah, that does look really cool. Hopefully, let me fast forward the clock on here, because maybe with a little later in the season. It sits very low on the horizon. I pretty much need a lot of the targets that we're looking at need to be about 36 degrees. So, unless I can kind of get the scope sitting a little higher, because right now, you know, we're about as high as we can stably go with the scope at the moment. You can see I do have a pier extension. The legs are almost fully extended there. M82 and M81, those are good. Those targets stay up in the night sky for quite a while. So I do hope that with some more consistent clear skies, I can get quite a few hours on. They have to be separate for now for doing the Cigar Galaxy and Bode's Galaxy. But yeah, those, Mr. Richard, those two targets will definitely be able to get those. Roughly 60 degrees north, pretty much. Yeah. So I don't know if it's going to get high enough in the sky for me. Or at least if it does, it might end up being when we have very little dark skies available. So yeah, the scope is extended almost to maximum. I do have the pier extension on there because this is like the only spot in my back garden that I can really get any images. I do wonder if I can maybe move it over. If I start moving it over to this way, I almost start to lose Polaris from trees. So I could probably do a little pruning on this tree, just a tiny bit, and maybe get a little more access to the sky over there towards the east. M46 is going to be rough. It's rough for you, and you're about 47 degrees north. Fair enough, yeah. All right. We'll see what goes on in the new year, where travels take, what telescope positions will be available. Also, as you can see, yes, all the clouds rolled in. We had all that. We had that clear sky just at the beginning of the broadcast, and so not only did the Twitch chat kind of crap out, you know, we had the skies as well just turn on us. For me, it's more due to the light pollution in my southern skies than low. It's always something. We're always fighting with something. Be it light pollution, clouds, positioning. If you just have like a communal mountaintop, you know, just kind of camp out there. Maybe have a McDonald's or a Burger King or a KFC up there, well, at least one of them, you know, just have some variety. We can have our telescopes. We can. I still haven't forgot about that reality astrophotography show, you know, where everybody gets their own gear. You're in an area. It's held in a certain area of the world where you have some dependable clear skies. Everybody has a target to pick, and you're doing the processing. And the best image obviously gets, you know, image of the show, and somebody's got to go home. You get to see all the problems that occur with the gremlins and the equipment. I still think this is a viable option. Do some sort of astrophotography show. Maybe it would work. Would there be any interest? I don't know. Is it one of those things that can kind of happen in the next year? Probably not. Maybe in a couple years. Streamy Boat. How are you? People are like cotton candy, soft and sweet, and you're one of those people. Go on. How are you doing tonight? Good to see you in here. And thank you, Streamy Boat 981. Welcome to the observatory. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. Welcome into our community. How are you doing tonight? You'd watch it? I don't know. It's the same kind of premise as every other show, but at least there's, you know, a bit of a favorite subject involved in there. You know, like, yeah, Great British Bake Off is nice. It's always fun to watch. A few other reality TV shows. You know, there wouldn't be a lot of, like, there wouldn't be false drama. You know, it would just be like real drama, like, oh crap, my guiding isn't working. Why isn't it not working? You know, where's this cable gone off to? Going fine. How about you? Doing pretty good. Aside from the clouds, I am in the UK. I'm in the east of England, and when we have cloudy skies, they're relentless. When we have clear skies, it's fantastic, and we're taking live images of outer space. Funny you should mention, there is a community in New Mexico that has a HOA controlled dark skies, and you're not allowed to have white light outside your home at night. Interesting. Interesting stuff. So on the show, do the contestants get the same equipment or different rigs with different challenges? I haven't quite sussed that out yet. However, it could be, there needs to be something that's constant. Something that's, maybe everybody has the same camera, or there's the same scope. Something has to remain the same, so there is some sort of consistency going through that challenge. And yeah, I don't know what it would be right now. Maybe it is that you have maybe there's a camera, someone has sponsored that episode, so everybody has like one of the ZWO cameras, and someone has, next time it's maybe a certain scope. You can kind of choose your own camera that you want to use. Wait, are we neighboring countries? Possibly. Streamy Boat, whereabouts are you? Not specifically, just, you know, a general geolocation. A bunch of astrophotographers got together and started a community. That is interesting. That is really cool. Pardon me, New Mexico, you say? That'd be pretty interesting. To Central. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you. Good to see you in here. Spuddy Place in Queen. potatoes, buddy. Potato. Ireland? PEI? We have potatoes. Lots of locations being thrown out there. Well, good to see you in here. Potatoes. Actually, speaking of that potato, belonging to Econ Greg, who is, like I said before, is my inspiration for getting this whole channel together and sharing the night sky with you guys. A wonderful development on his channel is that Econ Greg has made partner on Twitch, and I'm incredibly happy for him. He has worked his ass off on with all of this, and to kind of see him reach this level of broadcasting on Twitch and building up his community, the Big Scope Club, the congregation, making it possible to have him get that purple check mark. And like I said before, that is eventually a goal of what I want to be able to do on this channel. And we're really young here right now, so one broadcast at a time. But eventually, yeah, I would definitely like to be able to reach that accolade. But I think it's really cool to see that Econ Greg made it to that level on Twitch, and doing astronomy, and he's pretty much straight up doing astrophotography any night it's clear. He has a lot more clear nights than I do, but I kind of in my way I kind of supplement it on these Saturday night broadcasts where we are kind of having a bit of an astronomy astrophotography hangout, and then doing a little image processing, which I will jump over to because I know I'm going to start rambling on way too much, and we'll have that in there. I can do it. Thank you, Samshun. I believe we can. It can be a lot of hard work, and I've heard that he's had some pitfalls, on the way to reaching partner, and yeah, I got to be prepared for that. Like, not every stream is going to be the best stream, I mean, when you guys are here, it's great. I love it. Obviously, there was that hiccup earlier when Twitch kind of went down, and there's nothing I can do about that. Nothing I can do there. An algorithm we trust. Let's hope so. But yeah, I really enjoy doing this. It's like I said before, it's just that bit of a weird kind of bit of therapy during this whole pandemic and working from home. It's something to kind of take your mind off of everything. Just saying this, but do you play Minecraft? If so, what edition? Bedrock or Java? I played Minecraft for the first time the other day, and it was also the last time. I just needed an achievement off of Xbox. I gave it a shot. I saw what other people are doing. Other people have a lot of fun with Minecraft. However, I don't do Minecraft. The odd time when we do play a game on here, it is space-based. There's quite a few games that deal with outer space, and yeah, it's kind of about as far as we go to kind of deviate from astrophotography on this channel. So the image that we're looking at is the Rosette Nebula. We had shot it with our big scope. And that's a close-up version. The shot that we're going to be working on is from the refractor at about 420 millimeters. So it fits that whole nebulous complex in there really, really nice. Whereas with the larger scope, we are zoomed in at almost a meter in focal length. So it isn't exactly... I mean, we're getting some great detail on this. We're right in on that area of nebulosity. Whereas with the image I'll be processing in a couple minutes is a more wide field image. Savvy, how are you doing tonight? That is a close-up version. We're on the central area of the Rosette Nebula. And we're going to be working on an older image that I processed, which is the same object, but just at a wider focal length there. So yeah, this using the same filter that we're using now for a lot of our images, that tri-band filter, where you are getting just a narrow band of the hydrogen alpha wavelength at around 656 nanometers, and down towards the blue end of the spectrum with the hydrogen beta and oxygen 3. So coming out of the DSLR, the white balance isn't as nicely put together as the ASI Air treats the same camera. It's all ZWO products that work together on there, so that white balance works out a lot better coming out of the camera there. Whereas with the Canon, I never really did a white balance. I figured fix it in post. You all right? Completed your 20 levels on zombies yesterday. Excellent. That's cool. Good to hear that you made it out alive to a degree there. There you go. Savvy is also a British compatriot who does who's new on Twitch, and she plays some fun games on there. You'll give her a follow if you want to have a good chat on stream. Always good for a conversation. Hey, Sunshine. Hey, Ma. How you doing? I'm doing well. I'm doing good. Aside from the clouds being out there. Yeah, we have our regular rainy day astronomy session. Twitch was acting up before, but thankfully now everything is working. It's working all right again. Posted your Rosette on Discord. Hey, no problem, Savvy. Just like I said before, anybody, we're kind of trying to help out everybody as much as possible. You know, I always try to pay forward that mantra that the Australian streamer, the Warship, has, is that there's no reason why everybody shouldn't be able to win. You know, why shouldn't we all be able to succeed on this? We're all trying to attain the same goal, but we all have different interests. We're just sharing that with more of the world than before. Cloudy here too. It's cloudy most places right now. If you have clear skies and there's absolutely no rain, don't let me know. Don't let me know. Be very, very jealous. So, as always with our images, we are in the RGB 32-bit, and there's not a lot of changes that we can make at this point. But we can prepare the image a tiny bit. Yeah, I think I can probably, if I try to do the white balance now, let's see how this turns out. This may not, well, we'll see how this goes. if I have to jump back a couple of steps, then we will. We'll see how that turns out. which I did kind of pick what I thought might be a bit of a neutral area in here. And again, like I said before, this is an hour's worth of exposures on here. So we're not going to get the greatest image out of here, but again, the Rosette Nebula is nice and bright, so we can get some half decent image kind of coming through here. And I'll also run the gradient exterminator on here as well. Just a bit of a quick process on there. Did that really change much? A slight change. Slightly kind of evened everything out. Wit, how you doing, dude? Good to see you on here. How's the stream going? Not too bad. We have had a bit of an issue with the with Twitch being a bit of a pain in the rear, but you know, we're getting by right now. Well, good to see you in here. How you doing? How are you tonight? All right, we have what you want to try to do is when you are doing a lot of these specific changes to the image, you want to get it as early as possible so you're not amplifying any issues. Just chilling, hanging out, no worries. Appreciate you coming in here. We are currently looking at an early version of the Rosette Nebula. Just kind of going through how an Astro image kind of comes to be, you know, after doing your shorter exposures and compiling them all together, stacking them up, and just trying to get the best image possible out of here. And what I'm going to try to do is a little bit of a variation of what we do with these images previously, is that I'm going to try to do a little bit of per channel processing, but making the grayscale images there, using those channels in denoise. I'll show you in a bit as I kind of go through there, because the Topaz Labs program, Denoise AI, works really well for getting rid of a lot of the noise that comes in your photos. Like, we're going in really extreme on here, but to try and even out this blotchiness, like, it looks not too bad right now, but once we really start to stretch this image, it's going to start to look a little ugly, because it is only an hour. It was with the DSLR, and let's see if we can start to have a quick look at where we're at with things, and just to see how much detail we're doing this. All right, BRB, gonna lurk a bit, get some food. No worries, appreciate the lurk. We'll see you in a bit. All right, we'll try to not go too aggressive right off the bat here. Like I said, I just want to get to a certain point before we really start to muck about with this. Yeah, I can already see now just the color tone doesn't look right. I picked the wrong area to... It's a little better. We'll see if that pays off. But already now you're starting to see that the structure kind of coming through there. It's not looking too bad. I might even run this through denoise right now. Again, doing that is again, try to take care of any problems early on so that you're not amplifying them afterwards. Yes, this is still the Rosette Nebula. So as we had with the previous shot there. So this is an hour. This was 16 minutes with the camera, with the Astronomy dedicated camera, which is designed for astrophotography. Whereas with this is with a DSLR. It's not as sensitive. It's not a cooled camera. So there's a lot that we got to deal with on here. So we will run it through. The good thing about the denoise AI is that it just works right within Photoshop. It has that, the plugin. You can just access it right through Photoshop there, and it opens on the wrong window, of course. Nope, close that. Hello? Where'd you go? There you are. Now, I don't know how well you can see it. It's good. It's nice and subtle with this. And this is just using the auto. Zoom in a little more. I think this section here kind of, you can see that change in detail. I think you lose a bit of the kind of that halo-ish around the stars, that nice coma around the smaller stars there. But it does smooth everything out there. It's just the auto setting. You can still you can go a little more aggressive if you want. But then you lose a little too much. If I turn it back to auto, yeah, I think I'll stick with that. It's not too bad. I don't like how the stars start to get really, really crunchy though. Yeah, it's not too bad. Let's apply that. We'll just see how this kind of turns out there, because I just want to make sure that we're getting a smooth enough image in with the limited amount of data that we have. It's probably, he's eating up some memory. And like, also what I will try to do, we'll see how it goes, is run it through StarNet, and maybe it won't crash. But it does take up a fair bit of memory. Or sorry, not so much memory, but just the CPU. So a bit of a subtle change. You can't really notice it that much. I don't. Oh, actually, I don't know how much you can notice it on your screens there. But as always with the images, the green channel is going to be like the cleanest out of all of them. And that is just simply because there are more green areas on the on your camera due to the Bayer matrix. Where you have your, and the way the pattern goes is red, green, green, blue, and then it just repeats over the whole sensor there. Whereas a monochrome camera, you don't have this, these areas that are just picking up only the red light coming through here. The green. With terrestrial cameras, there's more kind of green to be seen around Earth, whereas out in space, there's not a lot in that section. There's not a lot of green objects out in space. Predominantly, everything is going to be coming in through the red channel, which has the least amount. Whereas when you're capturing those images in hydrogen alpha, there's all of this. You get 3/4 of your information doesn't get registered on the sensor, and it's kind of left up to the software to do a little interpolation to kind of get that image spit out on the other end of the camera there. So that's why when you're using a monochrome camera, every bit of light that hits that sensor is recorded, and that's why you're going to get some better images coming out there. But again, with the green being more abundant, that's why we see a smoother image in the green channel. And let's see how ugly the red is. Oh. That was not good at all. This one might end up being a little bit of a tough one. Whereas I might, the stars are a little more bloated in the green channel, but it's just overall cleaner. We'll see how it goes, what we can do with this. And I'm wondering, do I take a step back on here? Because this is how it's looking right now. I can already see it. Well, again, it's an hour's worth of imaging on here, right? So it's going to be a little tough to pull out some great details. Let's see. Let's go a couple of steps ahead and see. See what can be done on here. What can we do? And we still see there's a bit of, running the gradient exterminator. I don't know. Let's give it a quick shot here. Because even though what we see of this nebulous region, there's still a lot more that's on the outskirts of this. And when you're doing the gradient exterminator, you pick, you circle your which area you want to kind of preserve, invert your mask, or invert your selection, sorry, and the first time we kind of went fine and low, but if you kind of go medium, I could probably go maybe aggressive on this one there. See how that kind of evens everything out. But it does kind of muck up with the color a little bit. I don't know, I'm looking at this and it's just, it seems like it's not the quality that I'm hoping for. I'll probably have to do a little bit to really make this work. But if we start to drop the are our eyes not RGGB? Like there's twice more green receptors in red and blue. I don't know the exact answer on that one there. I do know with the green, yeah, we do have there's a green for better contrast in what we see, and yeah, biologically. I mean, like I said before, I know that our eyes see, with when they're dark adapted, we see at 2/10 of a second as a kind of a snapshot idea of how well we can see at night. But yeah, as far as biology of the eyes, yeah, I'm not going to get too much into biology at the moment. But yeah, we can see a greater range of color, or at least more. We have higher definition with our vision when it's working properly. Um, but yeah, where the cameras are going to be a lot more efficient, are just with the exposure times that we can collect those photons with the camera much better than our meat cameras can do. So all right, this is the one instance where actually the make stars smaller works out pretty well. So I might even run that one more time. See how that looks. See if it doesn't make an absolute mess of things. You can see, yeah, we're starting to get those little dark areas around each of the stars there. Meat cameras. I say doing an emote of that somehow for for our final slot, but how to make a eyeball look like a camera of meat without making it look like a brain or just meat wad. We got some time. I got some time to think about that one. It's not until let's start with our next goal is reaching 50 subscriber points. So we have to get another. What are we at? I think probably another 12 subscriptions kind of bring us up to the next point of our emote goal, of which I'll kind of make a new goal for later on in the year of what we're kind of working towards. But that's kind of our ultimate goal once we reach that point, and then after that it is working towards partner to unlock a boatload of more emote slots, more options there. So just as when we reached affiliate, there was a lot of work to do, and knowing when you reach partner, that's a lot more work to do as well. And not just in terms of making an emote, but at least kind of coming up with there's other aspects of it that you still got to work on. There you go. And also that's our new emote, the run, little pixel me. Hopefully you guys think that one's kind of cute. Like I said before, I was going to do the fist, but that just didn't. It wasn't going to look as I don't know. It didn't look as nice as I wanted it to in the designs. So I kind of kept with something that was in kind with what happens on the channel there. So just testing the emotes, no worries. Make sure they work. I like that. All right, making stars smaller. That's about it. And boy, oh boy, that red is not where I wanted it to be. All right, we're going to work with this. I'm going to make something happen. I'm not going to. I can't keep going back and forth with what the images are going to be. And also, you can see here. Here's a good example. Here is the amp glow in my camera in the DSLR. If I was taking darks with this, then we could definitely get rid. We could easily get rid of this. Also, fix up the noise a lot better. But something like this, that's not included with our ASI 533. There's no amp glow on that camera, so we don't have to deal with this. And that can be also, for this target, we can easily kind of crop that out and we're just left with, you know, this area of interest here. So what I'm going to try to do here is essentially create a color version of a grayscale image. Now, also got to be careful is that because these images are, you know, 5,000 by 3,300 pixels. They're much larger than what we're dealing with from the ASI 533. That's a square aspect ratio and it's a smaller sensor, so we don't have to worry about a lot of space being taken up. Whereas with the Canon DSLR, it takes up a lot more space with these images there. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Not a CMYK document. We want RGB. There, so now with this one, we should be able to take that into denoise. So now it is a grayscale image. Every channel should have should look the same there. Ugly. I think the green is kind of going to be what's going to save this image, and that's probably why in the previous version that I had that the green was more dominant, because the red channel was so gross. To be almost polite. So let's see if I can take this into denoise, see how it will handle things there. And I would say for the most part, that is actually really ugly. I mean, if anything, it's leaving it blotchy. Yes, it gets rid of some of the graininess of it, but we are actually losing some stars as well in the red. Let's go auto on that and see what happens there. See if we can have something that's going to look a little nicer. This is just trying to do a little bit of per channel processing for denoise. And the image. Not a whole lot that's been done there. Like I said, I'm going to try it. We're going to see what happens there. Win, lose, or draw. We come up with an image at some point on this broadcast and see what kind of result we can get. like I said before, for the most part, I haven't done any pre-processing for these images, whereas maybe one of them I did get the StarNet image ready to go beforehand, just because it takes up a lot of the CPU. I could probably do some adjustments. I think, I can't remember if it was Third Rock or Architufus had mentioned about using a different processor on there. So I should be able to do, hopefully, maybe. I can't remember if it was one of you guys was mentioning about using when I'm running StarNet, because it uses up so much CPU, if I could pick a different processor to run it through, like if it ran through my NVIDIA graphics card instead of, the main CPU. I couldn't recall who had mentioned that. With PixInsight, okay. A little work to set up, but works like a charm every time. I think that would be... yeah, because it works a lot better with PixInsight. It almost works it works essentially natively with that program, right? Whereas if I'm doing it with an image out of Photoshop, I have to take it into the folder and run it through StarNet, and it makes its own process on there. All right, can I paste this? Oh no, I have to. I do have to really do some faffing about on this. All right. Oh, no, that's the... All right. Save that. Or, sorry, copy that. And then can I put that in the red channel altogether? Don't know if it's going to work that way. Or do I just kind of treat it as... All right, let's try with the green. And see what we can get out of there. I'm running back and forth between a lot of the layers here. This is the grayscale. Green, which looks absolutely horrendous. New.
Let's see how this one goes. And everything. Okay, here's what I don't like about Denoise AI is that every time you finish, it closes. All right, that's a little better with the green channel. There's a little more information for it to work with, so it is kind of doing a bit of a better job. So let's, instead of mucking about too much with a lot of the settings, that we'll let that run through. See if I can build up that RGB image. See. Hey, Putsy. How you doing, dude? Live from the market, it's Putsy. What are you getting today? What's on the grocery list? Same thing as always. Never changes. There you go. For those who are on the channel who are not following iPutsy, give him a follow. Singaporean-based streamer. Has tons of different games he plays on there. Hilarious channel partner rewards. Hilarious dude. Check him out if you can. He is a friend of the channel. Always happy to support Putsy wherever I can. And appreciate all the support that he brings to our channel as well. Twitch chat died on you just now, did it? It died earlier. Mojo confirms it's still working on his end. Just now, well, before it did, I saw that everybody was having some issues there. But I think everything seems to be working out all right for now. It's annoying that that Twitch is having these issues, and quite consistently as well, that it's been going on. Been like that for every streamer, intermittent buffering. Yeah, it's a pain. That and like I said before, I feel bad for those who are relying on this to be their livelihood. If it's maintenance, I'm just wondering why they're not making a bit of an announcement saying here's when we might be you might be experiencing some issues, so you know people don't just kind of leave. It's happening now on other channels I'm watching. Okay, so it's almost like a rolling bit of annoyance. So yeah, I will say if again if things kind of crap out on here on Twitch, I can usually kind of keep rolling on the broadcasting. If you don't refresh, sometimes you don't lose the feed, and if you want to continue the conversation, we move over to Discord. And for those who are not on Discord, if you do want to jump in when and if the chat craps out, we can we just kind of move things over there. And that's what you did on yours. Putsy, how'd the rest of your stream go anyway last night. It was all good. The game you were playing was different. There, this is actually a whole thing with Twitch and Discord, trying to push the traffic from one place to another. The Doki Doki Literature Club is actually pretty fun. There was the when I had a peek at what you're doing with that game there. It reminded me of looking at the KFC dating simulator, just in that anime kind of style. Because someone else was mentioning that the other week about we were talking about the KFC console, and then when KFC had their dating simulator, I think it's free on Steam. I don't know if that's may not play it on here, but if there's other people who are more in tune with doing some more varied games on their site, on their channel, it might be an interesting one to do. Weirdly, after the chatting thing died, I had like 40 people who's watching, but then when I raided Chonky, only 18 joined in the raid, trying to figure out how that happened. Weird how they kind of... Yeah, you had that many, and then only those few jumped in on the raid there. I noticed once on here we were getting down to like 5 people on here, and then once everything kicked back in, we're up to 20. And then yeah, I think also everything is slow with the numbers reporting there. I like when Chonky gets raids, the way how she has a bit of a custom theme song playing there. There's one person who is just kind of raiding like every 5 minutes on there. It got a little annoying, but again, the song is kind of cool. Perhaps when the chat died, some of them lurking network error, so the raid didn't occur for those people. Yeah, possibly so. Custom made Giorno's theme. It does sound cool. It is a neat little thing on her channel there. Alright, let's see if I can get this to where I want it to go. Astro Lux P, how are you doing? Good to see you in here. All right, let me try something else, because this isn't... Why so tense music? It kind of ebbs and flows into some intense things. Maybe I'm really trying to get that processing to work. You know, really concentrate. It's also kind of the more just instrumental, ethereal, copyright-free music I could find. But how are you doing tonight? How are things? Cloudy as always. Yep, same here. Actually, how's that looking? Is it any... No, we're still cloudy. There was a little bit of a chance earlier tonight that things looked like it was going to actually be clear. I popped my head out just before the stream started, and it was actually looking kind of clear out, and then it didn't. Then, as forecast, 20 minutes later, all the clouds rolled in, and it looks like they have a stranglehold on the skies for the next week. So it is kind of a... It's annoying because, you know, we all want clear skies. If we're taking images of space, you know, not all of us are going to have access to a radio telescope. And, you know, all the time it feels like we should have as clear a sky as possible. All right, so it looks like I have to kind of go through like a couple of steps to make this work. Alrighty, be lurking, having brekkie before I get them groceries. All right, Putsy, no worries, dude. Thank you for the lurk. We'll catch you in a bit there. We had wind gusts of hail and rain. We had some really windy weather the other day, and now it's just cold and cloudy. No rain, no chance of snow, just clouds. That doesn't count. If we're gonna have some cloudy weather, let's at least get some rain, maybe a little snow. You know, I don't have to drive to work anywhere, so dump the snow on my town. That's fine. I don't mind. But don't be cloudy and then do nothing else. You know? We want this weather to be clear as well. The Big Zinc. How are you doing tonight? Where are you shooting from? Well, when I'm shooting, I am in the east of England. However, tonight, these are the skies we're dealing with. So whenever the skies are clear, this telescope, an 8-inch Rishi Kretchen, is uncovered. These skies are Earth mostly. Cheek. When these skies are clear, this cover is off the scope, and we are imaging mainly out to the east because I have all these trees and neighboring houses blocking my view of the night sky. But thank you for coming in. This is our rainy day astronomy session where we kind of just have a general chat about astrophotography, astronomy, and kind of whatever pops up there, but also do a little bit of image processing. And we are kind of going back to some old data I have of the Rosette Nebula, as this is one of those targets that's kind of readily available in the night sky at the moment, barring any clouds. So just kind of seeing what kind of detail we can pull out here. I'm trying something a little different. Whereas I am trying to get some more detail out of this image by doing a little per channel processing through denoise AI. So the whole purpose of Topaz Labs program here is that it will get rid of all of this, a lot of the grain, the thermal noise that comes in a lot of astrophotography images, but also does a really good job of maintaining the details. And kind of looking at the way how this one's going to go, this image could have done with a lot more time in the oven. because that really doesn't clean things up much at all. Let's see. Let's bump things up a little more here. Just watched the Apollo 13 movie and it was great. The one with Tom Hanks, yes? That one? It's been a while since I've watched that one. Actually, there's a few of those movies on tap that I do want to see. All right, this is a little better here. We can see bumped up the remove noise. It's not too bad. I mean, like this area right here is kind of almost what I use as the barometer for how well an image might turn out, because you can still see the structures really, really well in there. So I'm going to say yes, apply that one there. We will see if I may not have been as aggressive on some of the images there. Yeah, I liked Apollo 13. I'd want to watch that again with a bit of a different perspective now on space exploration, and just even learning more about the Apollo missions. First Man was good. That's on my list as well. There's a lot of movies that I wanted to watch this holiday season, but I never did. I think I barely got through Die Hard 1 and 2, and I didn't even watch Home Alone 1 or 2. I would have liked Apollo had Tom Hanks not been in it. Not a fan of Tom Hanks, are you? Now I want to shoot the moon again, but the effing clouds. Yes, they are. They are annoying. All right. A little bit of denoise. This is a little bit of a long process there. However, it does look a fair bit smoother. How far back do we have to go here? There we go. Was it worth it? I don't know. Like I said before, per channel processing on an astrophotography image can give you a little more control of how much detail you can kind of retain, and that way, when you are doing a lot of the processes, will just kind of mesh together the red, green, and blue channels, and you start to see a bit of a bleeding between them. And the whole point of what I wanted to do with this one was to be able to preserve as much of the individual channels as possible early on in the image. And I guess what I would kind of have to do conversely is kind of do it again, but also not do that per channel processing, and see how it spits it out on the other end of one round of denoise AI. However, at the same time, it looks a little soft. It looks a little softer there, and what we can do is let's run the local contrast enhancement and see how that kind of punches things up a little bit there. Because what we want to see is, you know, that structure kind of come through a little better, but also not amplifying any of the noise that's involved in these long exposures. That's not too bad. I do feel like we've recovered a little bit of that detail. And let's not zoom in too close there. 63% is about as far as we'll go in. So yeah, that was after doing the 3 layers in denoise, getting rid of that noise there, and then just kind of doing that local contrast enhancement with the Astronomy tools action set for Photoshop. And I'm not liking the color balance here. I think from picking a lot of the... That's not actually too bad. I may have lost it. Got greedy. What I'm looking for is at least having a fairly dark, evenly dark background, red nebulosity, and not these cyan stars. And that can be adjusted in another layer, or in another action set there. I'll stick with that. The adjustments, the cyan. Sometimes if I can just drop them down. Drop down the saturation of cyan. Put a vibrance adjustment layer on there. Kind of gets rid of a little bit of that cyan tint. That just kind of comes from just the way how the Canon camera, the white balance or lack of white balance was done on there. So what I will do is maybe new. Do blending change? No. There we go. I wanted to merge visible. That's what I wanted to do. And then in terms of keeping all the darker areas dark and punching up some of the reds. Yeah, on this area right here, I mean, I don't know how it's looking on your monitors. On this monitor here, it's nice and it's toned down a little bit there. And without zooming in too much, I'm just liking the way how the color is coming through in here. I would probably want to even crop in at this point, just kind of getting rid of these uglier areas. You know, just centering up the nebula there. And that red is just... Okay, all of these individual channels as a whole are terrible. This is one of the ones that, yeah, I mean, that looks okay. From afar, let's zoom out a tiny little bit. From afar, it's not too bad. It's an interesting color palette that's kind of turned out. It still didn't end up with that red on there. Let's see, maybe even let's desaturate it a little bit as well. It's fine for Instagram. Yep, that's essentially where a lot of the images go for the most part. You know, even like on this monitor, everything looks very, very saturated. It's like the core is like very bright blue, and I have some, you know, it's starting to look like on this monitor how a lot of Dustin Gibson's images look like, where they are very, very colorful. And for what he does with his images, I mean, they look fantastic. It's nice and vibrant and bright, and I always like to try to keep the images kind of closer to what is actually shot with the camera. Whereas this one has given me a lot of trouble, and it's mainly because it's an hour. These were also 10-minute exposures, so really there's not a lot of individual images going into this. It's with the DSLR. The sensor was really, really hot, and you know, it's for the most part, it's not the worst image in the world. However, it's definitely not the kind of the best image I've come up with. And I do wonder, let's just for fun, why the heck not? Let's make a little luminance layer as well. It's just black and white layer looks a lot better than anything else. So that bottom layer is our red, which you kind of want to use as the base. The green has like the most detail, so that's like kind of saving everything else here. The blue, it's a little noisy. What I'll probably do is drop that down even more. The blue layer, let's put up to 25, let's say, because it seems to be adding a little bit of contrast to things. So let's select that. Actually, we only have to oh, sugar lumps. Crap on a cracker. There we go. Get that line back up. as a luminosity layer, if you don't pay attention to it that much, it doesn't look that bad. Kind of helps it out a little bit there. Recovered a little bit of something there. Not processing related, but a Rokinon 135mm f2 versus a Skywatcher 72 ED. Is the Rokinon, is that a fixed? Is 135mm fixed? Is it? It's not a. There's no variable focal length on that, is there? That was weird. And now y'all saw my terrible haircut. It's a good question. I mean, it's f2, so right off the bat, you're going to get it's a much faster focal ratio than the 72 ED, which is about f5, I think. Yeah, it's f5.8. So yeah, the Rokinon, it's way faster. You're at half. Well, not even. You're more than half the focal length. You're almost like a third of the focal length with that lens. I think the only thing that I would say about just the amount of glass elements that are in a camera lens versus a telescope. Yeah, a William Optics Z61. It's a f5.9, but again, William Optics do have some nice images that come out of those scopes. Yeah, I mean, if that's all, if you do have, I mean, a 72 ED is much cheaper than a Rokinon 135. So I'm looking at them that they're about 300 pounds, 404. That's a big difference, a big jump. Same camera, different company. Yeah, Wex Photo has that 135. That's a Samyang. 450 pounds for that lens. And if you're doing more than astrophotography with a camera lens, then you know it's going to be more versatile. Samyang is Rokinon. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's going to be you may use it a lot more. And again, with the with the more glass elements in a in a camera lens, it's just that much more to have to deal with any chromatic aberration with your image. Whereas with the refractor, there's 2-3 elements in there before you get to the sensor, and that's it. That way you're maintaining as much of that light transmission coming through as possible. All right, I have some very different views on each monitor, and these are like very, very polarizing, whereas over here it's not too bad. It's still kind of almost like a mother of pearl kind of look to it, and on the other monitor here it looks very, very saturated. So I don't know. I mean, we kind of came up with a bit of an image at the end here. Comparing it to what we got to with if you want APOD, just put the saturation and sharpness to maximum. All right, so if let's do. Actually, I do use unsharp mask sometimes. I was going to do the extreme edit on this, but kind of something like this. It's not good on this image because it is already absolutely fragmented to within an inch of its life there. But I found that using 15% on the amount and a radius of 45 pixels, it does create this bit of crispness to an image. It doesn't work on every image that you work on. The higher resolution that you do, the better that's going to kind of turn out with this little setting here. I've used it on a few other images before in the past, and it just has a nice, like I said, nice little bit of crisp details to the image there. And it's a very subtle change that happens with it. And it's not too bad. Let's compare it against what was done before. That was the kind of image I worked on without doing the per channel processing, and it turned out a little better than what we have tonight. And again, this was also many more hours that I worked on this image to try and refine it as much as possible there. And I wasn't doing the editing each red, green, and blue channel. This was a bit of a different process, and I wanted to try something that I didn't do before and see where we kind of got with this image. And yeah, it's not exactly where I thought it was going to be. And kind of looking at things side by side in studio mode on OBS. Actually, here, let me do this. Get back here. No, I think I maintained some better details in the first version than I did with the other one. I did with this one there. And that can also mainly be just the way how I kind of forced it with trying to get that with denoise, work on each individual channel there, which ultimately kind of resulted in a very, 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 very ugly image individually, which kind of come together to make one gross image. Yeah, this is what I'm definitely not. Wouldn't be. This would be. I would hang this on the fridge as a pity. A pity accolade. But for the most part, like I said before, a lot of the images that we do on the channel is that they don't always turn out to be the prettiest, and you know, sometimes it has to do with. I guess also. Sorry, going back a couple of steps here, is that I can process an image one way, and then, you know, it turns out totally different if I process it again a few weeks later. So, I think overall, if you're on like a small screen, it probably looks really great. But I am, you know, looking at things on a larger monitor close up, and yeah, I would like keep it like at this size. This size. It's not too bad. You can also see that if you kind of tilt your head, you know, 90 degrees to the left there, it looks like the skull of Australopithecus. You know, well, there is a skull nebula already that's out there. It's been named, and the rosette is more for, you know, it looks more like a rose. But there is, like, you know, the two eye sockets, the nose, that the shallow, deep skull. Pardon me. That has that look to it, even if I probably rotated this whole thing. There we go. Tilting your head. Here, I will tilt the image for you. So, eye sockets, nasal cavity, this shallow, large cranium. And after kind of seeing that once, I can never not see the skull. That's the shape of the skull in the Rosette Nebula. Before I could see, yeah, it's more like a rose. It does look more like it's a nice big giant flower in the night sky. And no, this is now a skull. This is Australopithecus Nebula. It's the Rosette Nebula, NGC 2246. This was shot back in December of 2019. And it's just an hour's worth of images on there. It's about six exposures, 6 or 7 exposures that turned out from my DSLR camera. And that was the last time there were no clouds. That's it. This has been this month. These last 2 months have been absolutely pants for weather. You know. Side quest, Steph. How you doing? you doing tonight? Hello, Raiders. Splashy in. Throw Ravenscroft. Junkyard Puma. Chris FSW, how you guys doing tonight? Welcome in. Welcome in. How are you doing? How is your stream? Lovely wizard beer. Thank you. Thank you, Junkyard Puma. Chris SFW, thank you very much for joining the observatory. How are you doing tonight? Stream was good. Caught Ghosts and Phasmophobia and played some guitar. Excellent. It's been a while since I played Phasmophobia. Kind of itching to get back into that. I'm kind of waiting for a little bit of the new changes to kind of come about in there. I know they're planning some interesting stuff for that game. We did play a lot of it back in October. But thank you guys very much for coming in. Side quest stuff. Appreciate the raid. I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. And when the skies are clear, we are taking live images of the night sky. However, tonight, I am in the east of England, and we are under cloud coverage. And it looks like it's going to be like that for like the next week at least. So, usually when the skies are clear, the scope cover is off. We have a large 8-inch telescope and an astronomy dedicated camera that will get us some wonderful views of the night sky. And like I said, however, it's the skies are not fair to us at the moment. However, we do get images like this with our camera of the night sky. This is a better picture of the Rosette Nebula, where I take about 10-minute exposures with the camera, and we just take a look at a lot of interesting views of the night sky. You also morphed into a sloth. You're kind of snuggling in with a sloth blanket, I guess. Yeah, this is one of our images that we get from the area. When we have clear skies, they are nice and clear, and we can get some really interesting objects. So we were kind of working on a little processing of an image with the Rosette Nebula that we shot earlier last year, and figured we'd take another crack at it to see what kind of details we can get out of the image there. So that is a close-up view, whereas this is more of a wide field view. We're kind of getting the entire nebula in one shot there. So that's the So yeah, this central area that we're looking at is this part here. We're zoomed in. So this is the Rosette Nebula. It's the whole nebulous complex is about 5 times larger than a full moon. And it's a vast cloud of dust and gas expanding over 1 degree across the sky. It covers about 5 times of the full moon. And the nebula itself is difficult to spot visually, and it requires a telescope, much like what we have, with low magnification at a dark site. We have a mildly dark site, but this is a bit of a stellar nursery, that the Rosette Nebula. So all these stars that are in the middle here are relatively young stars. This gap is about 30 light years in diameter, and the whole area is being formed by these stars, pushing out the interstellar gas and dust, and so yeah, the whole nebula about 130 light years across. Yeah, and that whole complex is about 5,200 light years away. And this is one of my more favorite images that have kind of come through with our imaging sessions there. One of the other interesting captures that we have is when we have a full moon, we'll get some live views of the moon, because when it's a full moon with astrophotography, there's not a lot that you can kind of do to combat that amount of light pollution that comes from the full moon. It washes out a lot of your images there. So we just kind of deal with it as best as we can. And most of the time, it's just getting some close-up views of our nearest low-density satellite. And generally, it's nice to have maybe a 50 to 60% moon, because you can get some really interesting areas along the terminator, and that's that separation between the shadow of the moon and the illuminated side. You can see the depths of some of the craters. But one of my other favorite images is of our nearest galactic neighbor, the Andromeda Galaxy. How good in general is it for taking pics of space from where you're from? It's not too bad. I mean, my area is kind of like in the mid-range of the light pollution, so it's not, it's not the absolute worst. But it's there are other people who have who fare a lot better with the night sky. And yeah, they get super detailed meteor impacts on the moon. They can see a lot of the craters. Some of the craters, the largest kind of crater you can see with the naked eye is the Tycho crater, not imaged in that previous picture there. But we do try to get as many close-up views of the moon as possible. So yeah, we are in. This is the air. This is the Bortle scale, kind of ranging from. Hang on a second here. Right. 1 being your darkest sky site, where you're out in the middle of nowhere, essentially. I'm in a 5. So like I said, I'm kind of like right in the middle there. And maybe borderline 6, depending on how things go there. But when they do turn out the street lights at about 1 in the morning here, so that works out pretty well. And it almost kind of kicks it down to a 4 in my area. But yeah, if you're in like an inner city, or largely populated suburban area, you're not going to be able to get a very long exposure with your camera there, and that light pollution is going to wash it out. There's that one where you see the impact, and then what I presume are the trails of bouncing pieces scattering outward. There's that kind of, that largest one, the Tycho crater, and there's also the Copernicus crater, which is another one that was visible in that shot. I can go back to that in a second there. If there's more light pollution, you need better equipment to see things, or is it just not possible? It is possible. What you want to do is, with the visible spectrum, is there's not a lot of interesting areas of the night sky that are in this middle section, but a lot of the street lights kind of sit in this area for light pollution as well. So you kind of get a filter that only lets through the 656 nanometer range, which is the hydrogen alpha. And if you have a filter that just lets that through, then every other area of the visible spectrum is cut out. And you can do a lot more imaging in higher light pollution area, because those city lights aren't going to penetrate the sensor, or aren't going to penetrate that filter that you have in your camera there. The filter that I use currently has that thin area of the red end of the spectrum, and then a little bit of a wider area down here at the 500 nanometer range, which kind of has the oxygen 3 and the hydrogen beta. So that cuts out everything else in between where there's a lot of light. And really the main emission lines from nebulae are going to be in these two ranges here. Junkyard Puma, however you want to pronounce it. Junkyard Puma, thank you very much for joining the observatory. Welcome into our community. Glad to have you in. Glad to have you in on that raid with SideQuest Steph. Appreciate it very much. Mama Bon Bon, how you doing tonight? Good to see you. Puma. It's a puma. It's not a puma. So yeah, that image of the moon. See, I don't really keep a lot of the images of the moon there, mainly because we essentially kind of take video of the moon, and yeah, unless I'm kind of taking a screenshot of that there, it's a little more of an ephemeral view that we have with moons and planets, whereas when we're shooting galaxies and nebulae, it's generally going to be longer exposure, about as low as 5 minutes, or about as long as 33 minutes we've imaged one object for, just to try and get the most detail possible. Because with the Astronomy dedicated camera that I use, it is able to cool down to sub-zero temperatures on the sensor, and it gets rid of a lot of that noise. So if you've ever taken an image with your DSLR or even with your mobile phone, your cell phone, and it's in a dark area, you get a lot of that thermal noise. So yeah, with that image of the moon, that's one of those craters that you can kind of see. We're kind of looking at, where are we at here? We're on the moon. That is I want to say it's a Sea of Tranquility. Oh, of course, this image of the moon I'm looking at is wrong. All right, side quest Steph, thanks for the lurk. Appreciate that. Mr. Tom explaining astrophotography in 5 minutes faster than Mars photons reach us from Earth. That's true. The average time for a photon from Mars to reach us is about 13 light minutes. Getting foods? All right. Thanks so much for the shout out and showing us pics. No worries. Thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate that very much. Glad to see you in here. Glad to also use my my new raid notification there. It's only the second time it's been used. Yeah, just one of the small little nerdy things I want to try to incorporate on the channel there. We've been going for about three solid months. No, not even 3 solid. It's been beginning of October is when we started doing this channel. Affiliated just at the end of October. And yeah, so this is kind of rolling into our 3rd month of affiliation here, and yeah, just having a really good time doing this, and just love talking about astronomy, love talking about astrophotography, and kind of any other topic that kind of crops up there. We're not too tight on the content that always comes through here. But yeah, so that is that's the Copernicus crater that you can see, and that is the Mare Imbrium, whereas a little more towards the north is like the Sea of Tranquility, where you kind of get that. It's more famous for some of the Apollo landings in that area. So yeah, that's again another one of those larger areas on the of the moon, which is that crater itself, the Copernicus crater, is 96 kilometers across. Really great to see streamers such as yourself showcasing a really interesting science in an accessible way. Thank you very much, Junkyard. JYP. Appreciate that. That's what I like to do. Kind of going back to how I first got into astrophotography about 4 years ago. I've always had an interest in astronomy, and had a telescope when I was younger. Looked at the moon, saw Comet Hyakutake and Comet Hale-Bopp, and don't know where the telescope went. But in between then, I always had an interest. I always appreciated the the images that you would see online, see in like National Geographic. And once I went out to a star party and I looked through a scope, saw the moon, thought it was great, held my phone up to it, up to the eyepiece, because I wanted more people to see this. It fit to me. It feels a little selfish, visual astronomy, as interesting as it is. I figured there's more people that should be able to see space, be it because you're in an area where you have high light pollution and you just generally don't see many stars at all. You may be lucky to see a full moon. It's so much light pollution, be it maybe just of maybe some economic standing. Maybe you just don't have the resources to get these views of the night sky. So just being able to share these images with you guys is what I want to do as often as possible. Are you also a sci-fi fan? Yes. Yep. Growing up on a large acreage, we had amazing night sky views. You gonna rub it in a little more? Excellent. That's cool. I haven't always had this is probably like the light or the least light polluted area I've lived in. Coming from the greater Toronto area back in Canada. That's pretty much southern Ontario is a total red zone. So looking up at areas of, trying to see the night sky, I thought that the Orion constellation consisted of only 5 stars. There was the Belt, Alnitak, Alnilam, and Mintaka, and then Betelgeuse and Rigel. I thought that was it, those 5 stars. But it's a much larger constellation. Either live a normal life or be crazy like us and live in the night. It's true. You make up for sleep whenever you can. Central Alberta for you. All right, excellent. Yeah, as soon as you get out towards the central regions of Canada, there's not a whole lot of larger cities around there. I'd be happy not to have clouded skies for every meteor event for the last 2 years, including this weekend. I mean, for me, when was it? It was like the Leonid meteor shower was maybe the last one I saw. Everything else has been clouded out. The conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn, we had clouds, and I had houses. My neighbors' houses were in the way, so that was a little annoying. Try to figure out how to pronounce this one. Huarge 17. Thank you very much for joining the observatory. Welcome into our community. How are you doing tonight? I'm in a Bordeaux class in Newfoundland. Get out. That's fantastic, though. I want the next area that I live in to be Bordeaux 4 or less. I don't want to have to worry about having to have a hydrogen alpha filter to do any imaging. I would like to have a hydrogen alpha filter just to pick out an interesting area, rather than having that necessity for using these. And I chose a one-shot color camera because it's we have so few clear skies. Being in England is notorious for cloudy skies. There's other areas in the world who have more cloudy skies as well, but the choice between using a monochrome camera and a color camera was a bit of a battle at first, because I'm like, yes, I want to get really detailed images of the night sky. However, with the monochrome camera, you need a lot more equipment, and you are shooting, a single color, or not even a single color, you're just doing black and white, and you have to shoot through a red filter, through a green filter, through a blue filter to make up your image in color. And depending on the weather, you could be stuck with just the red channel for everything, and then that's it. You can't clouded out and you can't really kind of finish your image. At least with a color camera, we're starting to see, we can get these images out of the camera in color right away. So you guys can, a black and white image, yes, it's great. It's great to look at a nice high contrast area of the night sky. But at the same time, it's also really cool to see something in color come through the other side of the camera, where we can, we can really enjoy what we're seeing there and get a better idea of it. Because, like I said before, black and white's great, but it's nice to see a color image come out of the other end of the camera there. I legit will eventually move into somewhere based on the light pollution map and Wi-Fi speed. There has to be a Venn diagram somewhere where you can have the darkest skies, you can have great Wi-Fi, and you can have clear weather, but we can only pick two. And that little mystery spot, if anybody can find that nirvana of astrophotography, sure as heck will move there as soon as possible. But yeah, some of the color images with the Bubble Nebula, underwater, new. Not only is it one of those areas of the night sky that actually fits the name, it's a really cool area. It looks, you can tell that it's this, the star that's at the center of this has started to push out those outer layers. And let me find the Bubble Nebula. I think it's about 7,500 light years away, about 1,000 light years across. Again, as small as everything kind of looks, it's tough to get a good idea of what the size of all these objects are, because we don't have proper points of reference, no real frame of reference to how large these areas are. So with the Bubble Nebula, it's 11,000 light years away, 10 light years across. Sorry. And it's created by a fierce stellar wind from the hot, young, massive central star, which has blasted out the structure of glowing gas against the denser material in a surrounding molecular cloud. The nebula is being energized by the hot central star, causing it to glow, with the central star being about 10 to 20 solar masses. Trying to picture something that's 10 to 20 size, 10 to 20 times more mass than our sun. It's hard to kind of get these scales into our heads. And even there's many times I'm looking up at the night sky while doing some imaging and have a massive existential crisis and try not to think too deeply about how far away and how massive these objects are. While we're seeing thousands of stars in a single shot, that they're all separated by thousands more light years. Well, it looks like a 2D image we're seeing. There's a lot of depth to everything here. And there are a few programs that are available that you can kind of get a better scale of the universe, like Space Engine or Universe Sandbox. Space Engine is good for touring around the universe, and Universe Sandbox is good for running a bit of a simulation, where we did that the other week when people were asking if Jupiter and Saturn were actually going to collide, being so close, when they are actually separated by about 458 million miles in between them. Is it miles or kilometers? I think it's miles. Or about 4.5 or 5 astronomical units. An astronomical unit is about 93 million miles, and that's the distance from Earth to the Sun. And then that's when you're kind of making other measurements, instead of kind of going in like trillions or like multi-millions of miles. At least if you do like 1 astronomical unit, 2 astronomical units, it kind of shrinks down the initial numbers that you're looking at there. Rosette Nebula, we did get a quick image of that last week. Where is Where is the horse head? There we go. Now, unfortunately, I was kind of blocked by my neighbor's house, by a tree in my back garden. I don't have a lot of space to see space, and I got to pick my targets carefully. And we don't get a lot of time on it. This was 5 minutes on the Rosette Nebula. At least we could see, you could see the structure. You could see that, that famous shape of the nebula. We start to see some of that that nebulosity behind it there, and already that glare from Alnitak is really starting to show through there. And even though it's really not in frame, the that star Zeta Orionis is, it's a tough one to block out there. So if you start taking too long of an exposure, then it's just going to start to blow out that area of the image. And take too short of an exposure, and you're left with something like this, which is kind of grainy, a little difficult to see because it is such a dim target. And I was also shooting through a tree as well to kind of get this image there. So the fact that we kind of got this was, I was happy to get this because I haven't shot the Rosette Nebula with this camera and this scope. I did image it with previously with the other camera. With my DSLR that I'm shooting with now is my webcam. I was able to get some images of the Rosette Nebula, which was okay. But it's one of those areas that I think, unless I can get those trees cut down, which I'm not going to do right now, as I haven't seen the bird. The last thing I did see, there was a family of birds nesting in that area that kind of hangs over. I'll keep an eye out on that. It doesn't look like they're coming back. There was also some high winds the other week. We're at about like 35 mile an hour winds. And I really haven't seen them since. So I don't know if they've already flown the coop or if something might have happened. Pardon me. But I'll keep an eye on things. And if we can do a little bit of pruning. I did get a appraisal on my the trees in my back garden, which are, like I said before, they are mildly annoying. So if we kind of look in Stellarium, which is a free kind of planetarium software here. This is the view of my back garden here in Essex County. And you see that's where the telescope usually sits. But to the south and to the west, we have my neighbor's house. Two big trees, which this one that we're looking at right now does get a bit of a prune, and I can reach most of it and kind of cut it back a little bit so I don't have to lose out too much out of the west. However, there's not much that I can kind of look straight up and then a little past the meridian towards the west until everything starts getting in the way. This tree does extend a little higher up. This is just about as far as the 360 view went. But to look to the north to get Polaris isn't any of an issue. There we go. So I can get the pole star. That is important when you're doing polar alignment with the German equatorial mount, because it does tilt back, and that central red dot area is where you're going to want to align the whole scope to Polaris, because then the whole scope kind of rotates along that right ascension, and that way it can track the rotation, track counter to the rotation of Earth, so that the stars are remaining still in your image. Dusty, how you doing? All right, Pico Nico, thank you very much. Thank you for coming in, Pico. We will see you. We'll see you on the next one, or if not on this stream, we'll see you on Econ Greg's. Doing well, doing well. Cromer Gaming, hello friend. How you doing, bud? Good to see you in here. A member of the Big Beard Club. Good to have you in. Yeah, we are under the clouds once again. Otherwise, we'd be looking at some live images of space. We did a little bit of processing on the Rosette Nebula that I did take earlier last year. And just to try to see what kind of detail we could get out of this. It's about almost the same as how it was earlier in the year. A little more processing was done on this image. Whereas with this image, I was trying to do per channel processing with denoise AI. And it kind of worked out all right, but at the same time, everything's a little soft. It's not as nicely detailed as the other one was. Astro front yard? I would not put any of this on my front garden, my front lawn. Not even a lawn. If I was Astro front yard, I would need like a very thin mustache to be Astro backyard's evil counterpart. And then I'd also have to do solar imaging as well. Like, just be the exact opposite. But also doing the per channel processing is what I learned from Trevor Jones from Astro Backyard on his videos there, which are a wealth of information as well. Yeah, I think for a lot of the tools that I've kind of picked up were on his advice there. And yeah, that's for kind of what I do on my the image processing sessions on here. It's not so much that it's a masterclass of things, but at least you kind of get a good idea of where, hopefully a better idea of where my head is at for where some of these images are going. And for the most part, it's an abbreviated process of what I do. Whereas when I am kind of sitting down with an Astro image, it can be, a couple of days worth of imaging there. JYP, thank you very much for the lurk. Thank you very much for joining in. Appreciate that. Yeah, happy to have met you, and we do look forward to seeing you in the future. Lux, gonna go to sleep. No worries. Thank you very much. We will catch you soon. I think we are probably also looking to slowly kind of start to wind things down. We'll see. Not quite yet. I mean, we've had a few other people kind of pop in there, and it's an easygoing Saturday night. While I would prefer that the clouds will have gone away, we deal with what we can. But yeah, thank you guys very much for coming in there. Appreciate the raid from SideQuest Steph. Appreciate you guys who have dropped a follow to the observatory. And like I said before, what we'd like to do on this channel is live astrophotography as often as possible. And the whole inspiration from this channel was after following the inspiration of Econ Greg, who does the same kind of idea from in the United States in Georgia. And he's been doing this on Twitch for a lot longer than I have, and he also has recently made partner on Twitch, which I'm incredibly proud of, and happy to see that that happened for him and his community. And that's eventually a goal that I would like to reach on here as well. And I know it's going to be a lot of hard work going into that. And even now, kind of starting this whole channel off, there's been a lot more work I've put into this than, dare I say, my 9-to-5 job. I enjoy doing this. It's a lot of fun, and especially when we have clear nights, there's a little more of a dynamic to the whole session. And I appreciate when you guys come in on our rainy day astronomy sessions and just kind of hang out and chat and ask any questions. And it doesn't always have to be about astronomy and astrophotography. There's always happy to kind of go off on strange little tangents every now and then. Said astronomy and science at the heart of things, but I don't hold fast to those rules all the time. And from when we rang in the new year, appreciated that immensely. It was a wonderful time to spend with you guys. Do I ever stream on the weekdays? Yes, I do. There are, most of the time during the weekdays, it is the live astronomy sessions. I do try to put up a lot of the updates on Twitter and our Discord channel for when we are going to go live. Sometimes it can be at a moment's notice. Sometimes I don't even have a lot of time to kind of throw a graphic together and say that we are that we're going live or anything like that. But the Discord, I will put some kind of announcement up there, and sometimes the weather can turn for the worse, and we end up just doing maybe a little more image processing and check out a game. Sometimes the what have we been playing? Done Kerbal Space Program a few times on here, and I've lost a few Kerbins in space. And I've also done Deliver Us the Moon, which was an interesting kind of puzzle strategy game. We did that on Christmas. Yeah, played that on during our Christmas stream. And yeah, the games don't always pop out as often, but like I said, astrophotography is at the heart of this whole channel there. During the week, sometimes we'll have just like an astronomy chat on like Thursdays. It's not like a hard and fast schedule for things. I think the constant on here is this Saturday night session, where we've only had like 2 clear nights since we started on a Saturday. Every other time has been just kind of looking at some old images, doing some processing on that, and seeing what we can get out of that. Sometimes they're not even like really old images. They just, it's data I haven't really gotten around to processing at all. So there have been some sets on here that we've been able to get some kind of initial image. I'm still working on the Heart Nebula from a few weeks ago now, maybe last month. But I will be for the image that we worked on tonight for the Rosette Nebula. I will be putting that in the subscribers folder in the Discord channel there. So those who are subscribed to the channel will have access to those files, and that way you can kind of do a little bit of image processing on that there and see if you can kind of come up with something that is a little better than this. It's it's only an hour's worth of data. It's from a DSLR. There's no subframes on there. It's just about 60 minutes of lights, maybe 70 minutes. I have to check. But I will keep that same the same stacked image, so everybody kind of has the same level field on there for what we're looking at. I will drop some of the other previous images that we have processed. I'll look to be putting those on there as well. If not tonight, maybe tomorrow, we'll put those in there. So you guys, those who have subscribed, it's a little more that I can kind of give back to you guys who are supporting the channel. Stecknitz Astro, how you doing? How are you tonight? Good to see you in here. So yeah, I will look back to some of the images that we've done, that we've imaged in the past, and maybe find a couple of ones that actually have some good data, and you guys can have a go at that and see what kind of images we can kind of come up with there. It's cloudy. Yeah, me too. This is me. We had like 20 minutes of clear skies before the stream started. I was thinking, is the forecast wrong? Do I have a clear night tonight? And after checking the weather and a few other apps, no, we did not. There was 20 minutes of clear skies, and then all the clouds in the world rolled in over top of my town. And we continued on with our rainy day astronomy session as planned. Not that I don't mind. I would rather have the scope off the cover off the scope and be imaging. And a full moon, yeah, that's true. I'm all right imaging the moon. It's always an interesting target because people kind of look at the moon casually, but to be able to kind of look at the craters close up and realize that some of them are larger than a city. That's really kind of it's interesting to see those areas of our nearest celestial neighbor. Mars's orbit is slowly kind of increasing in distance, so it's looking smaller and smaller. We have gotten some shots of Uranus and its moons, which is really cool. I never really thought we were going to get those kind of images on here. Always trying to get something, at least one new target. Like there are some kind of fail-safes, some kind of favorites that we tend to look at on here. Whereas I always try to add at least one or two new targets into what we're looking at, depending on what's available in the night sky. Sometimes they end up looking really good. Sometimes it may be just too dim of an object to really get a meaningful image in 10 minutes. And doing a 33-minute exposure, which is the longest that we can do for a single exposure with the programs. I am using a ZWO ASI Air, and it's the original version, and with a ZWO ASI 533 one-shot color camera. We get some decent images that come through. There are some targets that just definitely need a lot more integration time because they're dim, they're far away, they're distant, they're kind of obscured by a little bit of interstellar dust. And then there are other objects that are like really bright and they're great to see. But yeah, just to be able to kind of look at some new objects, and even if it is looking at the moon, there's always something interesting to look at. And there's a lot of people who can come in and who haven't seen the moon any closer than just staring up at it with the naked eye. And that's just one of the things I want to be able to do and share with you guys. But yeah, until then, we have I have a fair backlog of old images to work through and kind of give a reprocess, revisit them, and see if we can get a little different data kind of coming out on there. Try something new. With tonight's image, I did try to do a little bit of per channel processing and cleaning up with denoise AI. Sorry, not so much cleaning up, but just doing a little denoising on each individual layer there to try and get a smoother image. It didn't turn out that well. Looking at each individual channel for the Rosette Nebula is probably not the best thing to do, because if we at a color image, it's not too bad. All three red, green, and blue channels work out really nicely and kind of make a decent color image. However, once you start looking at each individual, it's noisy. It's not clean. I mean, the green is probably the best channel out of all three. The red, you can barely get any detail out of that there. I think on a small scale, what I'm looking at on here with OBS being on split screens, it's not too bad. Maybe if you're on like a mobile phone and you're holding it far away on the other side of the room while you're in the bathroom, it looks great. But yeah, up close on this monitor, no way. So even then, when you Sergio, welcome to the observatory. Thank you very much for the follow. How are you doing tonight? So when you're looking at the Rosette Nebula, it's kind of it's hard data to work with there. It definitely needs a lot more time in the oven. You need a few more hours, I would say, for integration time with the DSLR. I would say with an Astronomy dedicated camera, get that temperature, the sensor cooled down way below zero. I usually do it at -10. You can get some much cleaner images together with that there. Whereas this is a DSLR image. Sensor was probably at about 20 degrees Celsius. It was nice and hot. The overall image was noisy to begin with, so we're just kind of amplifying things. Didn't have any subframes on there. It was destined to be a difficult task. Total integration time, I believe it was no more than 70 minutes. There were just about 6 or 7 10-minute images there. And that was me just trying to push things. It was a cooler night when I took these images there. Didn't know what to expect, how well it was going to come out there. So yeah, just kind of hope for the best on this one there. The image on my Instagram channel looks a little better. I was able to preserve a few more details, but I took about a day or so to kind of work on that image as well. So it like I said, it had a little more time in the oven, and I was able to fudge a little more of the details there. And I didn't image each grayscale color channel in Denoise AI. I just did one broad pass of that process on there. So that was the image from using Denoise AI to really punch things up as much as possible. Versus when tried something a little new tonight, and the payoff wasn't there. And I figured I was not so much that I was hesitant to try this processing idea, but I figured, why not try it? I mean, what's the best that can happen to it? So like I said, win, lose, or draw on these images there. I like to have something final to look at, and yeah, if we fail to a degree, then there's always another time to do a little bit to reprocess this image. And like I've also said, is that I will go back and restart. Like this was. How many seconds did we have it right when we opened the image? Nah, how far back? We can go back about this far before I did some of the levels on there. No, one step back. This was the idea of looking at it and seeing the skull, seeing that Australopithecus early human skull with the larger eye sockets, the shallow and deep cranium, nasal cavity there. A little bit of missing the bottom jaw, but if you can see the skull, you never unsee it ever again. There is a skull nebula, which is a more of a planetary nebula that resembles a skull as well. But yeah, I never see the kind of that rose in the Rosette Nebula anymore. It's always a skull to me. There are a few other objects a few other nebulous objects that kind of resemble skulls as well. There's another. Which one is it? It's near Cassiopeia. It doesn't really have a name. It's just its NGC number. It is the combination of NGC 7822 and NGC. Oh no, it's NGC 7822 and Cedarblad 214. One of the lesser known catalog numbers there, which I do not have in the ASI Air. I have the NGC, the Bessier, the Caldwell, and what else do I have? IC, and then just comets, double stars. Some of the smaller catalogs, they just don't have those objects listed in there. But they also are kind of, some of them are paired up with a Caldwell, an IC, or an NGC number. Oop, I've touched something. There we go. Hit a window, moved things around. Don't want to do that. I only wear Lacoste. Photoshopping space images? Oh, my flat earther uncle warned me about that. How are you doing tonight? Good to see you in here. Who are you wearing tonight? Need a fake microphone. Who are you wearing? This is where you would say Lacoste. I'm fine. What about you, good sir? Very well. It'd be a lot better if we could do some live imaging. But yeah, tonight we did a little bit of a processing on this image. We kind of started off, can't even get to the beginning of this, but we were at this point of the image, and then getting to about that point and bringing out the details in an Astro image. No, third rock. Sorry, no, I haven't. No. None. You can see the amp glow in this one. Let me see how far back I can go here before I cropped it in. There you go, the DSLR. Here's the amp glow with my Canon. Do I ever plan to? Yeah. Yeah, these are the ugly channels there. It's frustrating you to no end right now, is it? Knowing that I've had this time of cloudy skies to kind of bring stuff in, do a little maintenance, haven't done that yet. Because the second I do, everything's going to be thrown off. The skies are going to clear out. I have to get everything set up, and by then, they're going to know. The clouds are going to roll back in. Nothing will fit again. I know how this process works. I know what happens to these. With the night sky. It knows, it conspires against us. It's more of this, please do not take this the wrong way, anyone. That's it. No, I want clear skies. I want to see green across the board for like 5 days straight. I want to lose sleep over all this. Or at least we kind of do a bit of a planning. Can nebula ever be a supernova? Yes, there is. There are some supernova remnants that are some large nebulous complexes. This is more of a star-forming region with the Rosette Nebula, whereas something like see, I have an image of a supernova remnant. is it? Actually, it's, I think Instagram is probably a better place to maybe see one. This part here, this one here, this is the Veil Nebula, or the Witch's Broom, or hang on, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong screen. There you go, the Witch's Broom Nebula, or Pickering's Triangle. This is the Veil Nebula complex. This is a supernova remnant, and it's this whole complex is much larger than what I've captured in this one image. And yeah, so this is a bit of a different shape to like a star forming region, whereas this is everything is much more, it's a much more violent creation of this. If you think you take good pics without calibration frames, take them and watch your jaw drop in amazement. I believe you. I really, really do. In fact, for the most part, I probably could do that with how things are set up right now, because the scope is covered up. It's dark under there. There's very little chance for light leak. And also, I was planning on taking the reducer off of there anyway, for to kind of put it back to its native focal length and maybe try some other objects out and just see how much of a big jump in the integration time is going to affect things, and just compare it against some other stuff. So when I guess maybe the next kind of next time the moon is going to be within shot, within my view of things, then yeah, I'll look to update the imaging train and fix things up there, and yeah, see, take the time to do some darks on there, and maybe even go back and redo some of the images, restack them with the improved darks. Yeah, another supernova is the Crab Nebula, which is always an interesting one to look at. To answer your question there, Sergio. There we go. So this is the Crab Nebula. That center star in the middle is what went supernova in the year 1054 AD. And you just see it just has that different kind of shape. Then it's not as there's a bit of a wispiness to some of the star forming regions, whereas the supernovas just have this very abrupt edge kind of. It just looks a little more violent because, well, it is a lot more of a violent action that creates these nebulae. Whereas planetary nebulae, where the stars are kind of shedding their outer layers in a more of a gentle fashion, they're a little softer to look at. Like you go back there for the blue, or not, sorry, blue snowball, the Clown Face Nebula. This at the center where the star has it's shedding its outer layers there. It's much of a softer kind of deal. Even like the Ring Nebula. I don't have an image of the Ring Nebula, but again, it's not as it's violent, but not as a violent action as a supernova event. So it is kind of slowly shedding off its outer layers, and you have just this different structure, almost like it can be a little a little symmetrical almost, depending on what angle we're looking at from its polar region of when it started to shed those outer layers. And yeah, each thing is going to have its own different kind of shape, but there is that kind of similarity between like a star-forming nebula and a supernova nebula and a planetary nebula. They all have their own specific looks to them there. So darks and bias, I personally do them each session, change the temperature variation. Flats and darks are done at the end of each session. I did try doing the, again, doing the darks with the DSLR, and there are some data sets with the California Nebula and the Whirlpool Galaxy. Those two have darks, flats, and bias done for them. And yeah, that is a huge difference with those. Is a flat box used? Me, no. I've used the night. God. I've used like the kind of the early dawn sky, whenever it's nice and you get like that nice even tone. I did try using flats by using my tablet, which worked out all right for the 72 ED because it's a 72 millimeter aperture on there, so it's not too bad. But I think for the 8-inch, I need a little bit of a bigger surface to use one. I've seen some other people have made some DIY flat boxes, and they look all right. I think there are some the LED tracing panels you can get off of Amazon. They're fairly cheap, and it's also something like that it's more consistent, so you can really control the light levels on there, rather than having to worry about the sun coming up or a cloud rolling through and mucking up your histogram levels there. So yeah, it's hang on, bit of a stretch. It's always, I see the benefit. I definitely do see the benefit of the calibration frames for sure. And call it a bit of impatience for me. I want to be able to get, I'm still here, don't worry, I'm right here. I want to be able to see those images as quick as possible. And sometimes, yeah, get a little impatient with those. Whoops. Let's break a glass, right? Mazel tov. What about flat exposure time? My flats never work. With a DSLR, there is that setting that you can turn it to automatic, and that will kind of sit your histogram, that peak in your histogram right like in the middle of everything. As far as when I've tried it with the ASI Air, I've had to adjust the exposure, or the gain and the exposure time to kind of get that histogram sitting right in the middle there. It's an A4 size, it's dimmable, 12 by 9 inches, and powered by a mini USB. I've been looking at a few. I got like probably 6 different flat of the tracing panels sitting in my Amazon cart, and like countless other things that have just been sitting there, going in and out of stock, up and down in price. But yeah, I do think something like that, something that can be consistent, is important. That way you don't have to guess every time, as the sky conditions might change. So yeah, there is definitely a benefit with getting something with a little more control. But yeah, as far as are you Stecknitz? Are you using a DSLR, Astronomy dedicated camera? Because then we can maybe those in the chat as well who are doing astrophotography may have had a bit of a solution kind of come their way as well. A Canon 1000D A. Paul from the Netherlands picked one up after I got one cheaper than the flat boxes they sell. That's another thing, is that something like that, like those tracing frames, way cheaper. Hey, Mojo Jojo. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the resub. Appreciate that very much, dude. Continuing the gift sub they received from Security Live. Security Live is another science and tech streamer out of the United States who does a lot of debugging on programs and a whole bunch of other cool stuff with kind of security level, I wouldn't say hacks, but does some 3D printing as well. And Mojo Jojo as well is setting off on his streaming venture as well, kind of having his, I would say, almost an accidental first stream today. I saw that he was doing a test stream. I figured we'd jump in. A few other people started jumping in, and it just seemed to turn out to be a bit of a accidental 4-hour stream. But yeah, I'll drop another shout out for Mojo Jojo. Give him a follow. Really super nice dude. Really cool. Down to earth. Fun to talk with. I found that with just my broadband light pollution filter, I had to use 2 t-shirts layered, but on my NB1, I didn't need to use a t-shirt at all. Okay, cool. Yeah, I ended up getting like a specific white t-shirt that I didn't use for anything else other than taking flats. Mojo Jojo, no problem. Happy to help out another streamer who is just starting out on his journey. Looking forward to seeing more of you on Twitch there as well. But yeah, if you can, give Mojo Jojo a follow. Check him out when he's online. Like I said before, I always like to pay things forward to those who are new to streaming, those who are, those who've been doing it a long time. Maybe you'll discover someone new you didn't know you liked. Find a new interest or something that you may have in common with someone else there. Any new information about the Big Bang Theory? Not that I've heard. Is there? Has there been a new development? Other than the contemporary theory that has been going on, I've not heard anything new. One thing I keep forgetting to check out is there is more details on that radio signal that was picked up, and I haven't read anything any further on that there. I really should. I said the last couple of days have just been kind of a bit of a de-brain from everything and just trying to soak up that last little bit of holiday time away from work. Yeah, that radio signal that had supposedly come from Proxima Centauri. Or in that general area. Also, another thing that I kind of want to do is with my little me here, because that is now one of our new emotes. Is just to put a little like I don't know, a little sub hype command. So yeah, the whole idea is that I do not get to the supermassive black hole. But yeah, so I turned it into our newest emote. Like I said before, I was thinking about kind of having like a fist shaking up at the night sky, but nah, that was it just didn't look great. Elixir, how you doing? Good to see you in here. Welcome in, welcome in. Time to brush up on my math skills. It is the universal language. That is true. One word. Hungry.
Me want cookie. Yeah.
Actually, I kind of do want a cookie. I am without biscuits. Well, what do you hunger for? KFC, McDonald's, Chinese, chicken sandwich. Cookie Monster.
Cookie.
Just a plain chicken sandwich. You want like do you want mayonnaise in there? Little cheese, little hot sauce. Maybe some coleslaw in there. Give it a bit of crunch. Gotta go. Mayonnaise, lettuce, cheese. Get ready to eat some ramen noodles. If I didn't throw down a couple pounds of chicken wings earlier, definitely would be really hungry. There are a lot of people, I see when some people are eating on stream, it generally looks really good. I was also this close to ordering some Chinese food tonight. And that's probably going to wait till like next week now. But yeah, it was really close after seeing a few people having some Asian dishes online on different streams there. You know, very, very easily influenced on the food. So adorable! How you doing, sweetie? Good to see you in here. We've currently I'm gonna blame Elixir on this one, is that we've gotten to the topic of food and what would hit the spot right now. See, Mojo Jojo's eating some ramen. Elixir's having a chicken sandwich. Pork fried rice and wonton soup from Mama Bon Bon. Yeah, if it wasn't midnight, I think a lot of the places are closed now. Maybe some mid-afternoon Chinese tomorrow. Astrophysography. Rosine, how you doing? What up, brother? Good to see you in here. What are we watching in the sky today? We are watching clouds. That's it. You got it. Clouds, and more clouds. I was optimistic. Well, not so much optimistic, but I was really hoping that we were going to have some clear skies out of nowhere tonight. Because when I started doing just about before I went live, the skies were clear. And I'm thinking, oh boy. Yes. Is it possible that the forecast was lying? And it was not. I had like 20 minutes later, all these clouds rolled in, and that was it. Like we can see a little sparse area right there, and I know that it was going to be mainly cloudy at this point. But the only reason it's going to clear up, it will clear up when I turn the stream off, and when I get ready to go to bed, everything's going to clear up and be like, of course. I just finished writing up my best of 2020 post on my website. Man, that took like 3 days due to real life getting in the way. Real life, I know, right? Like, let us do our thing. Let us do what we want to do here. Come on, real life. We want to do astronomy. We want to do astrophotography. We want to produce our YouTube videos. Stop getting in the way. For those of you not familiar with astrophotography, He does some astrophotography as well. Check him out on YouTube. Check him out on Twitter. Check him out on Instagram. Some amazing pictures. Great instructional videos. I do not like to produce videos, so that's why I do streaming. Cleared up about 7 o'clock here. Me and my partner went for a walk, and it was still like, ooh, I might get out tonight. 5 minutes later, it had clouded. Yep. As is always the case. Still have leftovers from the 4.5 kilos of taco meats I made New Year's Eve. Holy potatoes. That's a lot. Thank you. There we go. Follow Ruse. Follow Rosine. Instagram, Twitter, YouTube. Man, you got those ready. But yeah, I've made sure that the whatever the Stream Elements bots does not kick out links right now because, you know, like to be able to have people post links in here, and if people start abusing that, then I take it away. But for now, everybody is really cool on here. Appreciate you guys being a fantastic bunch of people as well, and you know, not taking the mickey. Although I did rickroll Putsy the other day, so I'm kind of waiting for a receipt on that. So I'm not going to trust any link that he throws out, or anyone that knows Putsy. I'm not going to trust those links. Quick typer, just to finish writing that post after all. Hands are warmed up, ready to go. No, LOL. Smiley face, LOL. How you doing, No League of Legends? Pog for the Pog Champ. So you'll still not trust this link? No. Astro Connect sounds like a shady kind of, no, I don't know, sounds weird. Took me to a video of a bearded dude talking. Oh, it sounds weird. Why would you want to listen to what that guy has to say? Escape before I saw indecency. What's under the beard? Another beard! No, LOL. Thank you very much. Welcome to the observatory. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate that very much. Welcome in. We yes, thank you. That I need something almost more blatant than that mic check, because a couple of people redeemed that earlier on. My auto message popped up there, and the damn microphone was still sitting over there. Still. So yeah. Also in the new year, in the coming weeks, there will be some new channel point redeems coming up. We'll be working on a few little options there. I've been experimenting more with some green screen elements, and that does also, for those of you who may have caught the raid earlier, that was kind of like the first foray into that. Wait, what? You sound like Fit MC. Who's this? If this is a Twitch streamer, I am not familiar with them. I need a name for my new stargazing suggestion series where I dictate what you should look at an image. What's in the sky is taken. What's in the night sky is taken. Hey, look up, dimwit. No? A little too aggressive? Hydrate, posture check, stretch break. And another a YouTuber. All right. Those are overdone. Although I am running out of coffee, it should be more like just maybe a brew a fresh pot. Is it Fit MC or Fitmic? I'll check them out. See if it's my local doppelganger. More point redemptions. Yes, that's true, because some people are collecting a lot of these photons and they're piling up. So the first round of channel point redeems, like the nice ones, They're going to be expensive. You can see more forward in German. Hey, Satyo nach dem Wind. I hope Tim isn't in here. He is not. Pog, the time on top is UK. UK, gang, that's right. I am in the east of England. Those of you who have just joined in, those of you who have kind of followed on and are new to the channel, I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. And 99% of the time, what we want to do on this channel is take live images of outer space. It is with this this big-ass telescope covered up under this big-ass cover, where we take images of some big-ass objects. I'm going to find a really interesting big-ass object. There we go. Things like the Triangulum Galaxy. This is one of our nearest galactic neighbors, about 2.5 million light years away. 99% of the time you want to live image space, 100% of the time it's cloudy, right? That's true. I don't like those odds. Do you have a link? Something of the best site you have caught? No, I have a lot of images on the... I would say my Instagram is kind of like the page for things. If you're asking me, that's where it is. If you're asking, say, Astropharsography, I would say check out his Twitter is a good place to look on. Instagram as well. Celtic Raven, how you doing? Good to see you in here. How have you been? I like that KFC bucket. That's kind of cool. Whose is that? Pirate Sully. Interesting. It's a beast to process, though. So dim compared to the background sky, especially through light pollution. I haven't done like a real process of this. However, I have kind of realized that I have kind of collected a fair amount of single 10-minute images on a lot of these targets. And I think what I'm going to have to do is kind of sift through them and see what I can actually do to put together a bit of a makeshift image, like what I did with the Christmas tree nebula earlier. I guess it was on Christmas I did that. It was Christmas or the day before. Anyway, so yeah, it took about 25 minutes worth of exposures from just these sessions there, and yeah, put it together. Wait, I have school in 9 hours. Do I sleep or nah? Nah. I don't know, maybe. No. Play video games for like 5 hours. Crunch out a quick nap. Fresh as a daisy in the morning. A Happy New Year to you too. Doing great. Cloudy tonight though. So sitting here watching other people do stuff and relaxing. Had to rehang the shed doors today. Sore as crap because they weigh about 100 pounds each. Just maintenance, or do they really need to be rehung there? Started playing Skyrim again. That's a mistake. Skyrim is available through the Xbox Game Pass. I don't know if I should download it. I think that would be a mistake. And yes, also, yeah, Celtic Raven, Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year to everybody who's in this channel as well. And for those who kind of hung out with us on New Year's Eve, it was a fun time. And for those of you who didn't, you missed out on a fun time. But yeah, good to see you guys here. Appreciate it very much. So yeah, alongside with Messier 33, the Triangulum Galaxy, one of the galaxies that are gravitationally bound to us, and also the Andromeda Galaxy, another of our galactic partners, 2.5 million light years away. Like I said, 3 of us are gravitationally bound and will one day collide in a awesome, spectacular event of nothing actually hitting each other. We just kind of form a brand new galaxy. So mark that down in your iCals, in your Google calendars. We will have a massive star party in about 4.5 billion years. Hinges on the side. On one side snapped and realized another one was being held on by one of 4 hinges. Well, fair enough. A little bit of outdoor work. My missus taxed the PS4, took it upstairs so she could make a small room into layer whilst she plays Assassin's Creed Valhalla, leaving me to play Skyrim on my laptop, which is fine. That's all right. Yeah, I was. What was I? Last night I was playing Star Wars Battlefront 2. It looks gorgeous. I think it's fantastic. I'm only like a couple hours into the story there, but just try it with the Xbox Game Pass. Just try out so many games. You know, there's just in terms of what's available for space-based games, I think it's fantastic. And just other games, like I've tried UFC 3 and nearly threw my controller through the screen. It's frustrating. It doesn't play anything like the first UFC. Why is Valhalla not even mentioned on the winter sale on Steam? Is it on sale? See, I had the thing where a lot of people I was like kind of following on Twitch were playing these games. I'm like, yeah, I'll play them too. Did that with Watch Dogs. Regretted that purchase. You know, only recently did they kind of patch things up, so I can actually play it on the Xbox. Cyberpunk. Still trying to wade through that thing. I'm not going to give up on it. I paid money for that game. I'm going to finish it. All right, going to make some dog treats. Ooh. Do homemade dog treats. It's very kind of you to your dog. You do have a dog, right? Anyway, Elixir, thank you very much for popping in. If you come back before we wrap up, look forward to seeing you again. If not, we will catch you on the next stream or on one of Putsy's streams or anywhere else I kind of find you on Twitch. Not on sale. Ugh. Although for the most part, the prices like drop anyway, like 2-3 weeks after their release. So I got to also pace myself on some of the purchases there. Although getting the Xbox Game Pass, having so many other games, pardon me, available that I've wanted to play before and haven't, and older games that I used to have, and just through the act of moving, you kind of lose some discs. Putsy! Finally back. Excellent. Realize you got a haircut. Yes, I don't like it. But you do, so yeah, fine. If you guys like the haircut, that's fine. In a way, it's almost complete. The clippers kind of died, so I just really got the sides and the beard a little bit. If I slick it right back, it seems a little Viking-like. Anyway. Talking about Xbox Game Pass? Yes, we are. See, the topic does vary from astronomy and astrophotography every now and then. And yeah, usually it's either movies or video games. This is the other route that we kind of go down here. But yeah, just kind of debating whether or not I download Skyrim and then ended up getting fired from my job from not paying attention. You know, I used to have a job as a graphic designer, but then I took an arrow to the knee. No, I'm playing with my hair because I don't like the haircut. Or it's just so much that my clippers died. Yeah. Better. Gonna make some fruit loaf, which involves kneading a whole loaf of buttery, milky bread with eggs. And boy, it's a workout. We'll stay on stream, but I'll be working some soft, supple dough at your visage. Make of that statement what you will. Jeez. When you put it that way. What games would you recommend through Xbox Game Pass? What have I played recently that was fun? I'd have to open it up and see. Been in search for a new game to play after Doki Doki Lit Club. Ooh. 10 out of 10 narration. Why aren't you on Audible yet? I don't know. I gotta send in a demo tape, I guess. The next Neil deGrasse Tyson, talking about science and space. Well, I have to start pronouncing water like water. That's about it. That's my Neil deGrasse Tyson impression. Water. How is chat is working just fine here. Seeing some. I think Astro. I think I do more actual astronomy than Neil deGrasse Tyson. Remedies. Michio Kaku is a better explainer. He has a different approach to things, and I do like how he does more of an explanation there. Neil deGrasse Tyson has this a different kind of romanticism of astronomy. I better not start saying water like that. No, of course not. If I ever say water, it's just to wind you up. You'd place 100 subs on it. That's quite a few subs. It appears that maybe some people may still be having some issues with Twitch. It's a pain that Twitch is kind of doing things like this. Says Warder. Unmods myself. Unsubs. Quits Twitch. Water. Water. This is where I need to have a zoom in so I can be like, wah. I don't know. Maybe for some people, still might be. I don't know. They haven't. It's annoying when it does that because we lose contact with people. All right. I have a strong belief that we're going to begin to wrap things up tonight. And what we're going to do, I would like it very much if you guys can stick around for the raid. I will get that prepared in just a hot second. We're going to raid our good friend Game for Paul Rowe, because he does Beat Saber, and when he curses, it's hilarious. He's a very, very cool dude. He is a fellow member of the United Kingdom. He just started streaming. So I will get that raid prepared. And make sure, again, I don't pull a Tenko, which happened with a bit of the last stream there, where the real Canadian Moose was away from his table, away from things. So let's wrap things up a little bit here. Again, appreciate you guys want to stick around for the raid for Game for Paul Rowe. He is currently playing Beat Saber, taking requests. Really good time on the stream there. We'll hang out there for a bit. Sometimes they do play GeoGuessr as well, which is really fun. So, did some image processing. Kind of liked it. We'll see how that goes. I will throw that data set on the subscribers area for the Discord. Those who are subscribed to the stream, you can give a crack at some of the data that I've put together there. Game for Paul Rowe. There we go. Intended for mature audiences. That's a little that's rich. We're about as immature as they come. So yes, I want to thank you guys so much for tuning in. My God, I love you guys so much. You're a wealth of, I don't know. You're just a really good feeling. I appreciate doing this. I appreciate you guys stopping by. There you go. Copy that. If you are a subscriber, copy Putsy's raid message there. I like that. I'm going to copy that too. That's what we'll do. We'll drop in a Game for Paul Rowe. The next stream will be coming sometime midweek. We will keep you posted on the Discord, on Twitter, and on my schedule. I will update that weekly because it changes with the weather. So thank you guys very much for tuning in. I appreciate it very much. Those of you who have been in here the whole night, those of you who just popped in, thank you so much. You guys are amazing. Absolutely incredible. I have been Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. I'm not here to change the world. I'm here to share the universe. Have a very good evening, and we will see you soon.